Council between police and Barataria. Just some short words from the chairman of the zone, Mr. Winston Sobers.
Thank you. As we gathered here today, just for this 40-over final, I want to welcome everyone to this an exciting prospect before us. We like to make sure that all the teams have a very good day today. Of course, Barataria ball players and police in the final of this 40-over game that we have here today. And may the best team win. I'm not very much of a speaker, you know, as you're well aware. So let us go out there, have a good day of cricket, and may the best team win. Thank
you. Just quickly, we would have a quick meeting of the teams. So we would ask Barataria, please make your way down. Barataria, of course, the defending champions, and police, one of the stronger teams in the zone, undefeated so far. We'll ask the captains.
Hello there and welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Ground here in Santa Cruz, Trinidad, for the final of the North Zone Cricket Council 40-over final. It's the defending champions Barataria ball players. They're up against the unbeaten police team that have surprised everyone, and they have stayed unbeaten through the competition. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Andrew Chan for this final, which is taking place at one of the premier grounds in the North Zone, and certainly here in this competition itself. It's one of the grounds in which we have Ryan John and Clyde Gaskin are the umpires operating today here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground. And certainly it's a ground in which there is a lot of history, and certainly mainly because it is the birthplace of Brian Charles Lara. And in addition to that, the Bravo brothers live very, very close to the ground here. But it's going to be an exciting final, and already salivating at the prospect of this final. Beside me is Andrew Chan. How are you, Andrew? And certainly it is going to be a big final here.
A good day to you, Vidya, and a good day to all the viewers tuning into this presentation right here on Cricket 360. And of course, I have to say happy Mother's Day to all the mothers and mother figures out there who take care of children. And I was thinking about it on Mother's Day, is unconditional love for kids and younger ones. So happy Mother's Day to all. And yes, it's an interesting game here. Police coming out of Group A in this tournament. Barataria ball players coming out in Group B. And if you will if you will allow my horrible pun here, the police semi-final against the Invincibles was police brutality, because they dismissed the Invincibles for 56 all out. Justin Joseph 6-27. The Barataria ball players, they beat a North Coast in their final by 70 runs. It was a dolly in the end, despite the fact that they were limited to 150. Darren Wilson, their captain, with 37. As the two opening players for the Barataria ball players walk out, that's Matthias Ramdular, and it looks like Tyrone Harbin. So it should be a very interesting game here. 40 overs in the wonderful valley of Santa Cruz. And police looking quite resplendent in their white. They were actually playing in red. However, they had to change that red because obviously it's a red ball game here, Vidya Ramphal. So they had to play in their whites here.
Yeah, so they're the two openers for the Barataria ball players team, and they're out there to do battle. And police immediately would have put in the opposition to bat, and certainly there's a big reason for that. And on Friday in the T20 competition, the police defeated Barataria ball players by 9 wickets in that match. And certainly they want to evoke memories of what happened in that game by putting them in and knocking them out early. The Barataria just set up 120 for victory, but it was easy pickings for police, who finished the game in 7.5 overs. Brandon Ramdial getting a 50, Nicholas Sukhdev Singh getting a 50 for police. Now he is an invitational player for the T20 competition. He's not playing here in the 40 overs. So fans of Barataria might say, listen, there's no Sukhdev Singh, no problem here for Barataria, the defending champions.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one, but of course the police didn't start particularly strongly. They were actually second in the table up until the end of May, and then they were able to leapfrog their way. Barataria Paul players, I would think they've done just about enough throughout the tournament to reach the final. Again, it wasn't a stellar performance from them in the semi-finals in terms of their batting, but their bowling is really their strength here. So it should be a very, very interesting contest here.
It certainly should be, and it's just about to start. The opening batters out there, and it's Dion Wells about to bowl the first ball from the northern end of the ground. The outfield is very hard, very dusty, and it's going to be fast. So once you get your shots off into the spaces, it could very well run away. Interestingly, at the northern end of the ground where Wells is bowling from, and you might see it in a couple moments as he walks away down there, the goalposts are actually, that you're seeing back there on the screen, they're actually on the field.
Oh dear.
So that's going to be interesting to see.
Well, hopefully it won't affect any of the players coming down on that end, as Wells will come in again for the second delivery here. Started on the mark with the first one, and that one is a little bit wider, but comfortably negotiated by Harbin. Certainly a very, very tall bowler here, Wells. It looked to be a good pitch. We're having words with the groundsman, and their role is 1 ton video, but they don't have anything to pull it, and they would actually like something heavier. But I had a look at the pitch, and it is a lovely pitch. We'll also ask our cameraman Ronnie Bikramdas to get a shot of the wonderful cutting of the grass there in the corner. It's a good delivery there.
So he's forcing him onto the back foot there, Wells. Wells is wearing 199 on his back. You see a lot of different numbers for cricketers, but 199, I don't think I've ever seen that one before. And the police team, basically what they want to do here is to knock out this Barataria team. They got a lot of early wickets in that T20 match. Of course, it's 10 overs more, so you do have some time to play yourself in this format.
There is, as you mentioned, 199. It's usually the batters that have the high numbers, but Wells is a bowler here.
Driven nicely. Won't beat the fielder. And ring of fielders, the 2 men outside, well, actually 1 man outside of the circle is at fine leg at the moment here for the police team. So they've started aggressively. It won't be an aggressive field in terms of a test format, but in this 30-over format, this is as aggressive as it's going to get. A lot of men inside the circle and just the 1 outside.
It's been a good start from Wells so far. 4 deliveries, 4 dot balls. He'd like nothing better than that. The Barataria ball players would want to get something going here.
Well, there's a big appeal, but I think that one was going down the leg side, right arm over the wicket, and even the motion of Ramdullah there would have suggested that it was going down leg side.
Yeah, good delivery from Wells here again. Yeah, it was going down the leg side. He's looking to flick that into the leg side, as you can see, and he continues to rehearse the video just to reinforce to the umpire that, yes, you made a right decision there. But a good start from Wells. He's been on target for this delivery, and the ball players haven't gotten anything away yet.
Almost chopped that on. Outside the off stump, a huge space caught between minds there in terms of whether he should have tried to drive that one. Wasn't quite there for the drive, but almost succeeded in taking off his own off stump. End of the over. At the end of the first over, they're still yet to score here. The Barataria ball players, the defending champions.
A good maiden to start with from Wells. He hit his marks pretty much immediately from ball 1. That last shot there from Harbin was a little bit lazy there. I don't know if he had an early Sunday lunch, but he just got to sort of stretch for that one. I didn't really get anything behind it. Didn't try to hit it with any conviction. So it'll be interesting to see how Ramdullah copes at the other end. But they need to get something going here, Barataria. They need to get runs on the board at least and get that scoreboard ticking over. But it's a good maiden over from Wells, and police will be hoping that he continues. But it's going to be spin from the southern end of the ground.
Yeah, they have decided to start with spin here, and it's going to be the bowler from that end. It's Isaiah Kane. So Isaiah Kane starting from the southern end of the field. Or let's see, let me just make sure we have that. Yes, it is the number 9 for the police team. Correction, it is Francois. Aaron Francois is the man. Yeah, there it is. Aaron Francois is going to start off from the southern end of the ground. I struck him on the back pad, but left arm round the wicket here, and that would have had to. I don't think there was too much conviction in the appeal. It seemed to be heading down the leg side.
Yeah, that one just going on with the arm here. Very casual run up for Francois, and then his arm comes across very, very quickly.
Yeah, very quick arm action. Long delivery stride also for the left arm orthodox spinner coming round the wicket here. Slip in place, and there's a gully. The two fielders exchange places. One of them, the cover fielder, has gone to backward point, and the other man has exchanged places with him. And there's the man who was at backward point, and that is the figure of Brown. Damian Brown just coming in quickly, youngest of the players here. A lot of riches in this police sports club team. Good ball again. They also have the left arm unorthodox spin of the captain Justin Joseph, better known as Chobu to many of you who know him well and have seen him at youth cricket. He will certainly be playing his part later on in this game.
Yeah, 6 for 27 against the Invincibles. He certainly made the Invincibles very vincible in that semi-final. That first skip from Francois, it's almost like a TikTok dance video, Rampal. Have a look at it when he start for this delivery here. But again, an excellent start here from the police. The transition from the pace of Wells and the upright seam to the spin of Francois, and again with this hard delivery, he's really just sending it down. It's wicket to wicket stuff, but the batters can't get anything away.
Had to reach for that one off the bowling of Francois. This could run very close to the boundary here. They have crossed for 2. So first runs off the bat here, and they are off the bat of Mateus Ramdullah. So that'll be 2 to end off the over. At the end of 2 overs, Barataria ball players are 2 without loss. Given that loss against police in the first match of the T20 competition, and also not getting the better of them in the league, they would certainly want to start. It would explain that why there's a bit more of a cautious start here for this Barataria ball players team.
Well, it was worth it. It was worth the wait, you have to say, because that was a very, very pleasant cover drive from Ramdullah. Didn't try to hit it too hard, but he did pick that gap wonderfully. So that would give him a little bit of confidence here. Harbin up against Wells again for the third over. Let's see what happens here.
Another good delivery from Wells, and long forward to that is Harbin, the tall left-hander. And 2 very different players. They are these openers here for the Barataria ball players. Harbin, tall and long reach. Ramdullah, the shorter of the 2 batsmen, and you would believe perhaps a bit more nimble on his feet. Baseline was actually adjusting the helmet. That's why Wells had to pull out. And that unsettled him. And I'm sure the bowler Wells has taken note of that, because that short delivery just seemed to drop the bottom hand immediately as he saw it pitching short. And if I were Wells, I'd be taking a note of that and thinking, perhaps I should shorten one up a bit more.
Yeah, just back of a length there, and immediately, yeah, you're quite right there, Vidya. Harbin sort of startled him. It almost seemed like he was a little bit early into it. In the end, he rode it quite well, just turned it off his body into the leg side, and he finally gets off the mark, so good for him. First run for him. And Wells now has a chance to go up against a right-handed Ramdullah, who's a bit shorter. Wouldn't have the reach of Harbin. So it would be interesting to see if how he adjusts his line, and B, if he might enjoy bowling to the right-handed Ramdullah just a little bit more. But so far, I'm really impressed with his control.
Oh, that's off the edge. Very full delivery, striving for that Yorker Wells. One slip and the gully in place. Now that is the shortest part of the boundary there. So once it gets past that slip cordon, that's going to go away for 4. There's no third man in place.
Now all the fielders actually inside the circle. No, there's one down there at fine leg. It's the only fielder outside the circle at the moment. Gully is a very fine gully as well. Almost in a third slip position. Very far back as well.
Good ball. It's a little bit shorter of that previous length. And this time just wide enough for him to be interested in trying to play some sort of a back-footed drive.
Well, I would call it a back-footed drive because he hung out his bat to dry there, just feeling for that one, Ramdullah. That's not what you want to do. And I mean, it's sort of the psychology of cricket. The batters follow the ball, and really and truly they should just drop their hand, because what are you trying to do? You're trying to block a ball that might get you an edge.
Off the edge again. This has gone past the fielder. It is Francois after it. And luckily for him, it wasn't the thickest of edges. So they do get 2. So Ramdullah getting 2 square of the wicket here. This is good bowling by Wells. And he's probing away. And already you're seeing that he's a bit more comfortable bowling against the right-handers, as you would expect right-handed bowler to a right-handed batsman. They do dominate the game, something in the region of 70% to 30%.
Deft touch though by Ramdullah. You have to give him credit for playing that one with soft hands, looking for that gap as well. He knows there's runs. And our cameraman Ronnie Bikram now was making the point that the fielders, seeing that the grass on the southern end is only cut up to a certain point, might confuse that with the boundary edge as opposed to the cones beyond that.
Oh, that's edged and gone. The short delivery has done the trick here for the police team, and that is the end of Ramdullah, the right-hander there, getting a short delivery. And just as we saw with Harbin earlier, the short delivery, certainly they're not quite as adept. And look at that, not the best of shots here, and caught in the gully for 4.
Yeah, really not the best of shots here, because it was a delivery that actually didn't get up as high as he thought. It was maybe about waist height. And if it gets up to the chest area, then you can try to do that ram shot that he was going, because Wells does have the pace to get it over that infield, so he'd have gotten some runs there. But unfortunate for him, he just again it's almost like a deer in the headlights for the Ramphal. As the same thing with Harbin. As soon as that ball gets short, the batter seemed to stutter, as it were. And the number 8 has to come out here for Barataria, and that is Mr. Carl Vialva.
Carl Vialva, well-known name in the North Zone, and has been taking a lot of wickets and scoring runs here for this Barataria ball players team. And how they need him today. They've already lost Ramdullah caught in the slip, and Wells taking the wicket there. So that is the first wicket. So the Barataria ball players they might be thinking, in the words of the former Yankees player Yogi Berra, it's deja vu all over again.
Well, no surprise, the police have a disciplined bowling attack. The first game of this North Zone T20, which I had the privilege to commentate on, it was quite an expensive one in terms of extras. North Coast United versus Santa Cruz. So the police have clearly shown that they have their tactical chops in terms of the bowling department. Their batting probably hasn't been tested as much in this tournament, but I think it's important that Barataria ball players realize that they have time on their hand. There's still 37 overs to go. It's a very, very hot day here in Santa Cruz. The police might start to wilt a little bit under the heat, and take advantage there and just buy time, at least to get something going here with 5 for 1 after 3.
Francois to continue. And once again, he's found that spot, and he's continuing to probe away outside the off stump of Harbin. Harbin using his reach very well here. Well, that's too short. Pulled away. There's a fielder out on the boundary. Whether he's going to get there, well, he does. In fact, that's a good bit of fielding. And it is the burly figure of Antonio Gonzalez that gets across there. Muy bueno, they might be telling him for his work in the outfield.
Yeah, muy rapido there from Senor Gonzalez, getting across that field to the mid-wicket position. Good little pull there from Harbin. I think maybe he tried to go at it too hard when he could have just placed it. But some runs off Francois.
Another shot. And as you're into the Spanish, how about you trying to translate mid-wicket in Spanish? That's going to be...
Medio wiquito.
That's not even Spanish. Oh, he's at shot. Oh, dropped at first slip. He had it for a moment, and then it went to ground. And that is really should have been taken, but Besai might say, listen, that was maybe more of a second slip catch. Look at far. Let's see how far this gets away from him. Yeah, it was to his left hand, but he got both hands to it.
Yeah, he got both hands to it. It is half Spanish video because medio means half. Medio, so that wicket there wouldn't be a definite translation. Good attempt by the fielder. Francois was getting one back immediately there.
That's a good delivery here by Francois. He's getting so much encouragement here. There's a bit of grass rolled in on either side of the wicket, just the pitch that is, correction. Either side, just around that good length to offer some grip for the spinners. And that area that you're seeing that Francois is aiming at, there was actually a leakage on the pitch, and there's a huge white splotch there where you can see the water has seeped in. Now they got the single, it's very chancy, and I think, has he got him here? No, they say, how's that? And the umpire says, that is the over. End of 4 overs. Now this is going to be interesting viewing. There was a lot of uncertainty about this run, and Villalba is ball watching here, but the throw was not very good, and that's why he's been able, and also I think he dropped the ball.
7 for 1 there after, well, that should be 8 for 1 after 4. Good over there from Francois, almost getting the wicket of Harbin. It was a stutter, in terms of that run-out chance, there was a stuttering start there from Villalba. And he also ran wide as well. I think if the throw was right over the stumps, he would have been in some trouble. You mentioned as well that the keeper did drop the ball. So I guess this is all hindsight and wherewithal.
Wells getting a third over. We haven't seen too many bowlers, once you're bowling seam, get more than 4 overs in competitions here in the limited overs. So we might see him for another over yet. If he takes another wicket here, I think he'll want to stay on for as long as he wants. That's a good ball again. And very respectful is Harbin. And one of the fielders is reminding him the bat sounds very hard. And just a reference there that he's not quite timing the ball.
4-15 from Tyrone Harbin. He's been there since the start, and it's been a difficult chance for him. As we see a shot there of Dexter Sween, who's watching the cricket from on the boundary edge, not playing today.
Went for the pull shot, and that's between the legs of the fielder. Just managed to get the trailing back leg on it. Dexter Sween, of course, playing for Queen's Park. And just like his brothers, Darren and Dwayne Bravo, they have also, well, half-brothers, if you want the correct explanation. They have played for the Parkites. And from where Harbin is batting, if he hits one over square leg, it would land in the Bravo's premises.
Yep.
Well, that's not how he's going to do it, but another defensive shot. Wells has been pretty good. He's found his length. What's important, though, with that confidence that he's had from the wicket, I think he could walk on air at the moment.
Yeah, he's bowling really good wells. Again, adjusting very nice to the left-hander. And in that game, in that first game, the opening match of this 40-over tournament, I did get a chance to interview Mr. Bravo, who's senior, and he was quite an enjoyable fellow. Spoke of the character of the man, and raising his kids, who of course world-class cricketers.
Flicked away. That will run away for 4 runs. Got it into the gap. Got enough on it. And that will crash into the fence. And there is the Bravo property across on that side. That is a lovely shot indeed.
The first bad delivery, I have to say, you've seen from Wells. But Harbin well equipped for that one. And that one he didn't try to hit too hard. He just went with it. Flicked it nicely over square and into the square region. Perfectly square, I have to say. Almost a 90-degree angle. I'd like to get my protractor out and figure out exactly how square that was. But it was a really pleasant flick to the square leg region from Harbin. And that will give him a bit of confidence as well. So it shows that he's really setting himself up for a long game, for a long innings. And hopefully it does pay off for the ball players.
It's time. Forward to it. And certainly a lot of bottom hand in that one. Just got the fielder. Villalba, meanwhile, has not faced a delivery. And the wicket falling in the last over, so that tends to work on a batsman's mind. Sometimes you just have to keep your concentration going, because with the next delivery you might be on within a minute to face your first delivery. So you're out there, haven't faced a ball, always some nervous moments here.
He did offer a chance as well in the last over, so he'll have to make use of his opportunity here.
Driven, there should be 1. And the fielder getting behind it nicely. It's not the easiest of outfields, and one in which you really need to pull out the long barrier as early as you can. 5 overs gone, and Barataria ball players are 13 for 1.
Excellent stop there again. I think that's from Mr. Gonzalez down there, who was at mid-off, because that ball actually was struck very firmly by Harbin, and it also bounced in the bare patch just before it and kicked up some dust. So Gonzalez did really well there. There's Dexter Sween leaning up against the post. The lights here at Brian Lara Recreation Ground.
Yeah, nice hairstyle there. And I'd be shocked to see you in one of those there, Andrew.
I'd be shocked to see me in one of those as well, but yeah.
Nice shades, though, of the shades that he has. Maybe some designer stuff that he's got on his travels, his cricketing travels.
He's a designer cricketer, is Dexter Sween. Probably a designer watch, designer jeans, designer other things that may not need mentioning during our commentary. The slip still in place here as Francois will continue from the southern end.
Gonzalez out on the boundary at mid-wicket. It's also long on in place. Harbin certainly watchful, as you mentioned, setting himself up to play a long innings here. And these 2 opening bowlers, 2 of the better ones for the police team, and they're chock full with great bowlers. Ooh, that one almost spun back onto the wicket. He looked at it very carefully, just past the leg stump.
Bit of extra bounce there with that one. Might have been a seam up from the spinner. Rode it nicely, yes, but it spun back again. And this one he plays in a lot better fashion.
He's using his height, and I think that area, that wet area just outside of the off stump, that's certainly what Francois is aiming at. He's very much cognizant of that here, Harbin. No. Sent back immediately. Yeah, there are some wet spots at the other end also. It's more in patches, and you can see perhaps there was some seepage, and it has dried up, but largely you can see still some brown spots on that, just on a good length. And that's a nice push for 1. So they might have already implanted something in the batsman's mind that there are spots where the ball could possibly jump at you. So only Harbin is coming forward long to the ball. Let's see what Villalba has to offer here.
Will actually be Villalba's first delivery. I would have liked to see maybe a silly mid-off fielder close in to Mr. to Harbin when Francois was on the wicket, but we'll see. And there are actually 2 slips in place for Villalba, so that's good. They're putting the new batter under some pressure here. Been watching proceedings from since the 3rd over.
Another defensive shot, and that is the end of the over. After 6 overs, the Barataria ball players are 14 for 1. So, mid-pitch conference there, a meeting of minds between these two, Villalba and Harbin. And so far, so good. Yes, they've had the loss of Ramdullah, but still a lot of overs here. You'd think that these two would want to set themselves up to bat to at least the 30-over mark.
Been really, really good from Wells so far. And as you mentioned, the bowlers, they're allotted, the 5 overs, 5 bowlers are allotted 8 overs. So this might be the last over from Wells before the second change bowlers are coming on. I might keep on Francois, maybe bowl him out all, maybe bowl his 8 on the trot before the ball gets a little bit older.
Well, it's coming round the wicket now to the right-hander, the left-hander. Yes, also good. And immediately has switched his line very well here. Tells you a lot about his control and his confidence at the moment, Wells. And while we were talking earlier about how many overs he should bowl, we mentioned the fact that 4 overs would be good. But then all of a sudden, the sun has gone on behind the clouds here. It's been noticeably a lot cooler, so he might be able to squeeze in an extra 1.
Headaches for Justin Joseph, who probably also wants to get the ball in his hand as well. What's a good headache to have? Certainly not a migraine of sorts, of any sort.
Playing that one on the move and picking up the single. That's good work by the 2 batters. And it was on the cards there. Harbin has been pegged back and he has been kept off the strike for quite a while. But that time, just playing it on the walk basically and square the wicket and getting the single. So good work from these 2.
It's about time that Harbin tried to unsettle Wells a little bit, because as you know, when bowlers get into that groove and they're in that groove and they have that rhythm, they're always a different prospect. So it's good that Harbin did that, and it's good that he's sort of growing in confidence here. And Villalba has a new challenge on his hand. There's a very fine 3rd man in place, so that's good. They're protecting that area, Vidya, because if the batters get anything past, as you mentioned, get past the slip and the gully.
Flicked away. Now this is going to be a big chase on here. Is he going to get anywhere close to this? It is slowing up, so it should be pulled in just in front of the ropes. And the batters have crossed for 3 runs. That's 3 good-looking runs there for Villalba. A lot of space on the leg side. No fielder out on the boundary on the leg side. And once he got it over aerially in that long-on position, it was always going to be 3.
Yeah, good flick there again. Wells just maybe drifting on. He's been accustomed bowling to that the left-handed Harbin. Pleasant flick by Villalba. Excellent work by Gonzalez as well, who had to run quite some distance from mid-off.
Yeah, I think Wells is bowling well here. And no pun intended, by the way. And I think that they really should give him an extra over here. It's cooler conditions here in Santa Cruz. Sambuco Extension is the name of the road, just north of the ground. And that's where you can access the Saddle Road. So if you're heading in this direction, come down, try to find the Saddle Road, whether you're coming from Port of Spain or from San Juan. And just find that Sambuco Extension, and that's where you'll find the ground. Pulled away. There's going to be a chase on here. Running after this one is Brian Christmas, and he's going to pull that in. There's a sort of a second cut, if you want to call it that. There's a second cut out there, to borrow a term from golf. And once it hits that bigger grass, it just sort of slows down, and that's certainly what happened there for Brian Christmas.
A little bit shorter there from, well, didn't get up as high as he probably would have liked. And Justin Joseph, if you're going to forgive my pun here, Justin Joseph certainly wouldn't want his wells to run dry. And but he'll have to control how he uses his strike bowler. But 20 for 1 after 6.5 overs is a really, really good start by Police here.
Becoming more accustomed now, Harbin, to the line and length here of Wells. Confident enough to allow that one to go through outside the off stump. 20 for 1 after 7 overs. Harbin on 13 of 30 deliveries. Villalba 3 of 2. Tough going here for Barataria ball players, and I think there could be some lingering effects of that defeat from on Friday when they were absolutely hammered by the Police team. And certainly the Barataria ball players, I'm sure the management would have spoken to them about that possibility and remind them that that game was Friday. This is a totally new encounter.
Well, the good thing, hopefully for the Barataria ball players, they would have learned from their mistakes and learned from their errors, and of course they would have learned about their opponents and how to approach them differently. So maybe that's why Harbin was maybe in a bit of a shell against Wells. He knows what Wells is capable of, and was just saying, okay, I'm going to bide my time here. As the captain of the Barataria ball players, went out with some advice and a helmet. Oh no, he took back the helmet from Villalba, it looks like. Yes. Villalba is deciding to go with the white wide brim. Quite stylish in cricket, isn't it?
It certainly is. The broad brim hat, the one that was Brown is the new man on. So let's see what Brown has to offer here. So Brown operating at the southern end. And given the run-up here, off-spinner. So he has a slip in place. They have maintained the slip. They have at least tried to keep some pressure on the Barataria ball players team.
Gonzalez is also in very closely on the offside, which I like that. That's a very, very good position there to stop the drive.
Oh, that is a good delivery. And so it eludes everyone and goes for 4. That's 4 byes. And that one may have just shaved the top of the leg stump. Oh, that's why. That one turned a long way.
Fantastic delivery there. That one touchdown and beat the edge, beat the pad, beat everything. There was a stifled appeal as well. I think it might have been an inside edge. Maybe that's what saved Villalba from getting an LBW, because that really was a fantastic delivery.
Well, it was between the baton pad of Villalba. He played it outside the off-stump and suddenly saw the ball darting back towards him, and that's what created the huge gap in between, and it just fired in. The keeper thought it had actually taken the off stump.
Yeah, and there's going to be some discussions. I don't know if that delivery just prompted so much thought here, like, hey, maybe we should attack something here, because definitely Brown, with that first delivery, got something off the pitch. Because I was thinking Francois bowled so well in his first opening spell that it was going to be hard for Brown to follow up, but from that first delivery, it shows that there is something for him. And if he can keep up some good pressure here, it'll be a very, very interesting game indeed.
Brown will be very, very encouraged by what he's seen from that first delivery. Turning a mile, and he will certainly feel that he's going to have to adjust his line here. That one started outside the off stump and ended up over the leg stump. So he's going to hang it outside the off stump a bit more. Let's see if he can do so. That's on driven. There's a man out there. And it is the familiar figure of Brian Christmas, former Trinidad and Tobago youth player. And has played a lot of youth cricket now with the police team. Good to see him out there. Last time I saw him actually play, he was at under 15 level. He and Joseph, the captain Justin Joseph, would have played against each other and on the same teams for a long time.
It's always interesting as a bowler when you get something that lifts your spirit, and maybe you want to try it again, and you try to bowl the exact same delivery again, and it doesn't come out like that. We'll have to see how Harbin adjusts here, and how Brown approaches the left-handed batter, I should say.
Gets the edge. The gully does well to get the hands down and make the stop. That was Ramdial there. Oh, nice stop. Slip in place and a gully. It's also a backward point. Cover point. Not the largest field. And some might be a bit surprised that we haven't seen a lot more runs already in this game. Oh, that's slog swept. There is Gonzalez out in the deep. And it was firing towards him. And by the time it got there, it hit a patch of sand. It came at him initially like a lion and arrived in his hands like a lamb.
It's good from it's still good from Harbin to see that they're not just going to lay down, because even if you're not getting the boundaries, you should still try to get the singles. Okay, so this is Brown's first over, so you're now getting a sight of him as their specialist fielder, Gonzalez. He's all over the field at the moment and doing good work for the police.
Yeah, the umpire deciding to pull out. They weren't quite ready. Yeah, but just hanging on the crease to play that one. And not always a good policy, especially when the ball's turning a lot. And the previous one, the first ball of the over turned so much that he was completely flummoxed by that.
Yeah, that's good cricket, because if you look at it, Brown still, it's been a good over, but he's still gotten 3 runs off it. So you get 1 more, and then you get 4 runs off the over. That's not bad off his first over.
Yeah, that's it's going to drift past the left-hander stump, and Harbin knows exactly where his off stump is at the moment. Good start for him, 14 off 33. And the Barataria ball players, the defending champions, are 27 for 1.
Yeah, if they want to get back-to-back titles here, they're up against a strong force in the police. That last delivery from Brown spared in a little bit faster. Well left by Harbin. As we get a shot of the ball players here in the Brian Lara Recreation Ground in Santa Cruz's pavilion, they seem very relaxed at the moment here, but I'm sure there will be some nerves going about in their team membership and team management. And it's going to be spin from both ends with the number 20 for police coming up, and that's their captain. That's Justin Joseph.
Justin Joseph says that he hasn't done much adjustment to his action. He had a slightly unusual action with his left arm orthodox, and tends to sometimes throws in the left arm wrist spinner every now and again. So let's see what he does here. He's coming through and around the wicket here to the right-hander. Villalba has been troubled by the spinners already. Slipping a gully in place for him. Driven and just past the fielder. That might run away towards the boundary. Just a couple here. Villalba living dangerously. That was close to the very, very close to Christmas. And, well, he just couldn't accept the present.
It was hit firmly, I'd have to say that, but it was a bit of a lazy attempt from Christmas. Just sort of fell over when trying to get that. If you think about him as a former national player, should be doing a little bit better than that.
Coming down the track is Villalba. That's driven airily, but curving through the extra cover region for a nice-looking boundary. And that's what Carl Villalba is about here. Another boundary for him.
Dancing up the pitch there and just opening up the face of the bat, directing it away from the fielder. I think the Barataria ball players really enjoyed that one. They would probably want to unsettle Justin Joseph. As I mentioned, he took 6 for 27, I believe it was. 6 for 27 at this very ground here in that semi-final against the Invincibles. So Brown as well also taking 3 for 18.
Pulled away. There's no one out there, and that should bounce away for 4. Just a couple of bounces, and it gets to the rope. So 2 nice-looking 4s here for Villalba. And he has certainly unsettled Justin Chobo Joseph. And he knows, the police captain, that he's in for a fight here.
It wasn't particularly short from Joseph, but it was short enough. And Villalba, good footwork, you have to say, rocking back and opening up the body. It always looks very nice when the batters do that and get carved that over that mid-wicket region.
Villalba has decided to take on Justin Joseph here. Joseph now changing his tack, going round the wicket here now. Perhaps looking to get this one straight and straighten it. Better delivery. It's more of the delivery that he wants. That's the angle he has to keep Villalba quiet here. He wouldn't mind if Villalba using his feet to him in the early stages here.
Still has his 2 slips in place, so good stuff from the captain.
Here he is coming forward. He is prepared to take on Justin Joseph, but once he's doing that, there's always the possibility that he's going to offer up a chance here, whether it's a bat pad, an edge to the slip, or to the keeper, and of course the stumping chance is also going to come into play.
Yeah, Villalba will have to hope his feet are quick enough to beat Joseph.
Tries that. Full delivery. Poor delivery from the captain. And that goes high over cover for 4 runs. 3 boundaries in the over. The best of the innings so far for the Barataria ball players. And Villalba has decided to take them on.
It's all about momentum in this game of cricket. And the Barataria ball players, for the first time, have got momentum. That was a very expensive over indeed. 14 runs off it. 27 for 1 in the 8th, and they actually got something off Justin Joseph, who's a very, very accomplished bowler.
So Brown should continue here from the southern end, and he's just having a bit of a word with his skipper and the keeper. Well, Brown actually seemed to be, well, he actually went to chase down the ball, so that's why he's belatedly getting back to the top of his mark. One of the younger members of the team, and one of the smaller members of the team, I should say also.
Still clearly knows his way around the cricket ball in the 1 over that we've seen from him. Really, really good control. And if I'm not mistaken there, Vidya, I think he's using the crease quite well, because his front foot was actually at the back crease there in line with the wicket. He's using the depth of the crease here. Seems to almost ride that back crease.
Yeah, again, the front foot was just cutting the return crease there, and yeah, so he is doing that. Just playing with the lengths a little bit.
Be interesting to see if Villalba goes after Brown as well after he enjoyed batting against Joseph. Different prospect here, Brown.
Ooh, that's a good one. Faster delivery, but it is a no ball. It was a faster one. There was an extra effort, but in striving for that extra pace. And the reason for the no ball, it's not a front foot no ball. It was the hand hitting the bails at the non-striker's end.
Stephen Finn no ball, as it were.
Yeah, the Finn.
Made famous by the English fast bowler.
Should get 1. Feel they're coming off the boundary. Actually happened in a game we were doing yesterday, the North versus South Doctors. And curiously, it was called as a dead ball rather than a no ball. And even the captain of the fielding side was appealing that it should have been a no ball.
It's a game you can learn every day, even the umpires can. And it sort of like it's things that, as we mentioned, the Stephen Finn no ball, things that you can be named after in cricket, like the man card or whatever.
Gone for the big hit. There's a fielder coming around. Christmas is there, and he accepts the catch. And that's the end of Harbin coming down the track, trying to deliver a dose that he saw from Villalba earlier, but he is gone for 15. So that's a good catch by Christmas. Didn't get to the pitch of it, so great credit here to Brown, just holding it back, and that's the end of it. Good catch by Christmas.
Yeah, Darren Brown striking there. It was a really, really good delivery from him. Harbin did not get quite to the pitch of that one. I think it may have been a little bit slower through the air. Maybe because Brown has shown that he's sending through those fast deliveries. There's a good little knock from Harbin there. He built up something, and he was clearly going for a good innings here. Unfortunately, falling there. 44 for 2 Barataria after 9.5 overs. Again, it's not a bad start here, but I think if they hadn't lost that wicket, Vidya, they would have felt a little bit more confident going after 10 overs, 4.4 runs. If you can maintain that throughout the for 30 overs, and then accelerate with wickets in hand for the last 10, then you should be in a good position. Unfortunately, Harvin goes, but thankfully Carl Villalba is still there, 20 of 13.
Wicket has come here at not the best of times for the Barataria ball players. They were just starting to build up a head of steam here. 39-run partnership between Villalba and Harbin. Harbin was playing the pace bowlers very well. The spinners, he was maybe quite less certain against them. Villalba certainly has not, he took on Justin Joseph, but he struggled against Brown at the other end. So for a moment there, they had things going well. Harbin was dealing well with Brown from this end, and Villalba was taking on Joseph. But now, with Harbin gone, well, the partnership would have to see Keepers John, who is the new player, in there. He's going to have to try to take on the wilds here of John from the, of Brown from the southern end.
It was an interesting innings from Harbin because he played some really, really good shots, but he always looked a little bit ungainly when he was stretching forward or reaching for the delivery. Francois did manage to draw the edge off one of those sorts of deliveries, and that delivery again was one where he didn't reach for it, but it was something that he was trying to get to because he was dancing up the pitch to try to get that one over the long off region.
So the leg spinner Brown here picking up his first wicket. And that was the last ball. So a successful over for him. At the end of 10, the Barataria ball players are 44 for 2. Going to hand it over to Andrew Chan to take over for the next 10 overs.
So the momentum that the Barataria ball players got in the 9th over, in that over from Justin Joseph, has almost been erased, and Villalba will do battle once again here with John. That last over going for 14 runs. Brown from the other end has been really, really good. Justin Joseph will come back from the northern end of the ground. His first over, as we mentioned, went for 14. That's Damian Brown, who's been bowling well from the southern end. Settles his team here. Just one slip in place, but he does have that short mid-off fielder. Here's Joseph. Villalba is forward respectfully to this one, plays it back up to the bowler. Doesn't seem like we're going to get the fireworks of the 9th in this over, but early still, Video.
Yeah, because there's a deep extra cover in place now. That's where the ball would have gone to twice in the last over.
Yeah, that deep extra cover is in place indeed. Long off as well. And again, that short mid-off fielder, two fielders sort of in that short extra cover position. Still goes over them, and it's into the wide long off area. Stuttering by the fielder there, but they come back. They just get one there. Villalba looks a little bit unhappy there. He thinks there should have been two.
Yeah, Francois was very slowly across to the ball, and John has just come to the crease here, so he still hasn't quite found his sea legs out there at the moment. But Villalba, I think he wants to take on Joseph. He fancies his chances against him, and he was quite certain about. He really wanted to get down to the other end.
Yes, sir. They confirm first. They're afraid or not afraid?
John will be happy maybe for a little bit of sedateness there. That deep extra cover position you mentioned still is in place. That's one slip. Well, gotten down there by John. I was a little bit wide, but he just dabbed that into the gully region. There's no run.
Challenge here for John is to provide good enough support here for Villalba to turn over the strike, to allow him to get the bulk of the strike. but also to keep the run rate ticking over.
Beaten there. Reaching for that one, and maybe coming through a little bit slower there from Joseph. And he shakes his hand there because I think he's weighing that one on his glove.
Yeah, Joseph was firing them in earlier, and Villalba was hitting through the line of them. Now he's starting to hold it up, let it dance in the cross breeze a little bit.
Oh, to this one, opening it up again, and good fielding there running in from, that's Damian Brown. So he's still he's very good in the field there at that point position. Really, really good work here from the police.
That's he fired that one in. Certainly didn't give that one a lot of flight.
Nice push down to mid-on. Good fielding there by Wells, tumbling in the dust. This is an excellent over from Joseph. He's really happy after his first over went for 14. This one just going for 2. It's 46 for 2 after 11.
Yeah, that wicket coming at an inopportune moment here for the Barataria ball players. Villalba and Harbin had started to put things together, and always when the new batter comes in, the scoring rate is going to plummet. And these two, there's the effects of bushfires, a big farming community here in the Santa Cruz area, and just shows thousands of acres of land all around the country are lost to bushfires like these. That is very damaging. It's also very distressing for the people in the area.
Yeah, it's a really, really horrible situation. Excellent work by our cameraman, Ronnie Bikram, to catch it, and shows the quality equipment and staff that we have here to get a HD close-up of that. But it's a distressing situation, and of course Brown to continue here. Well played there by Villalba, very watchful. And of course the other consideration is video. It's the quality of air breathing, because we have a situation here with Saharan dust, and this just compounds the situation a little bit worse. This one is pulled high in the air, over wide long on region. Long on comes around, it's just a single again.
Christmas loves fielding in that position. He's taken a catch there already, and nice piece of fielding in not the easiest of conditions. That's where the entrance to the ground is. It's walking through that area. It's very uneven, and certainly I really have to say that this ground has seen better days.
This one played into the extra cover region. I think a bit of a leading edge there, maybe. Looked like John was trying to flick that one.
Yeah, he certainly was trying to play that through the mid-wicket area. There's a man on the mid-wicket boundary, but just played a bit too early, not quite timing it well. And luckily for him, that was over the head of Wells.
Good offering from Brown again. Villalba trying to get up to the pitch to that one. He made the adjustment excellently. Yeah, it's really, really good for a young bowler. And I saw you gesticulating that he's coming with stuff out of the back of the hand video. So it's good to see that he has that control even at such a young age. Continues again. Nice drive into the extra cover region, but it's just a single here for Villalba. Pleasant cricket all round here, Vidya Ramphal, at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground in the North Zone 40 over final tournament. Finals.
Barataria ball players winning this last year, and they are here attempting to get their second title in a row. Last year was the return from COVID-19, and these players hadn't been around playing for 2 years.
Pleasant cut there. John trying to give himself some room there, but not getting enough on that one. It's another excellent over from Brown. 1 for 9 off 3. Shows excellent figures. 49 for 2 after 12.
Yeah, more of the same there as we saw in the last over. A lot of smoke, a lot of fire up there. And just to the right of where that particular area is lit, there's an area just to the right of it. The fire's already raised through that. You can see the brown there. So that has been burning for a couple of days. And it's now found a patch of earth where there's some drier stuff, and it's starting to spread. So we could see a lot more acreage being lost there.
Back to the cricket here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground, and Justin Joseph will continue And those goalposts that you mentioned with your Ramphal on the northern underground, they're finally being moved off.
Yeah, I think they earlier, because they weren't fielders on the boundary, they didn't quite pick it up. Now Wells and company have realized, hey, I could run into that if I'm not looking.
Justin Joseph from the northern end. Nice cut there, but straight to that field at point. Quickly around there is Damian Brown.
Well, it wasn't quite straight to him. It was actually to his right, but then he read it well, because when you're fielding in that backward point position, the second bounce is what does you in. And the second bounce, he read it pretty well, and so it's spinning into his hands.
Pushed again. This time they get the run because he played it with softer hands there, John, and a little bit to the fielder's right. And they get the single, quick single, good batting. And is that the strangest pitch invader you've ever seen, a football goalpost video, Ramphal?
Well, hopefully we won't have any pitch invaders here. But Joseph has settled down finally after that assault aimed at him by Villalba early in his first over.
Got the edge, fell short. And they will hustle for two. They're calling for two, and they will get the two quite comfortably. I don't know why they were so slow between the wickets there. But living a charmed life here, Kevish John.
Yeah, he hasn't quite gotten the pace of the wicket just yet. And that one playing with very hard hands here. And the edge, well, maybe not quite as hard as I thought. Just didn't carry to the first left fielder, who is a distance back.
May have been wrong-footed as well. Another try with a cut there, and this one he gets it in the gap. Good footwork there by the point fielder. I think that's Brown once again.
He looked more like Les Brown rather than Damian Brown.
I won't comment on that player because he's a club that I'm not a fan of. But I do know of whom you speak, Vidya.
Where is your club in the Premier League at the moment, by the way?
Just underneath yours.
I wasn't aware Barcelona played in the Premier League.
Congratulations on your much needed win yesterday. But Newcastle dropped points, so you know we live in hope. We never walk alone. Fifth day up for Barataria as well. Forgot to mention that. So that's good stuff from them. 53 for 2. It's still a healthy enough run rate video. There's still a platform here. They still only lost 2 wickets. So it's just a buy time, I would say. Villalba at one stage he was 20 off 13 or 15. Now he's 24 of 23. Going into a bit of a shell here. This one he tries to free himself and he gets this through the mid-wicket region. That should run away for 4. That should release some of the shackles here. It's 57 for 2 after 13, and he's enjoying himself at least against Justin Joseph.
Yeah, he fancies his chances against Justin Joseph. These two obviously have a bit of a rivalry between them, and he's taken them on here, and again he's come out with a boundary against Joseph, but he really had to manufacture that shot. He had to really get over it and down into the space, and Gonzalez, who's done a lot of work already, he was just chasing to retrieve that time.
Damian Brown continuing. No surprise there, really. And he's been such a good bowler that the slip still is in place for him. Long on in position as well. Another field out there, deep extra cover, Mr. Gonzalez. And even that delivery video, which is a bit middle and leg, maybe could have turned it away for 1. John still plays him respectfully back up the pitch.
Wow, that one certainly jumped there at Warwood. Warwood, who was trying to get into the long barrier position, suddenly had to reach up over his right shoulder to collect that ball.
Excellent adjustment, yes, by the fielder. And he tries it again here, Warwood, and tumbles, but they get the single. But really, really good feeling from Warwood here, especially in the heat here at Brian Lara Recreation Ground. And
considering what happened just before the last ball, he was going down to field one like that, then suddenly had to pull it out to the V.
Well, it would take me back to a time when in secondary school when beautiful delivery there, well flighted, and that one spun through there from Damian Brown.
Yeah, he's getting some turn here. Damian Brown getting leg breaks to turn. He suddenly got the googly to turn a lot with the first delivery bowled. Yeah, that one just shaving past the stumps.
Well played by Villalba down to long, and that's very straight. They only get a single there once again. They're really not running hard. Villalba's gesticulating again. And yeah, I was making the point in secondary school when I was a goalkeeper. One day, one of the players, before we started training, kicked a ball at me without saying anything, and it opened up my reflexes, and I had a brilliant training that this one is straight, and that one goes all the way for 6. That's a towering 6 there from John. He's opening up and freeing his hands now, and the Barataria ball players do need some runs on the board.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, and John enjoyed that. It was pitched up, perhaps the worst delivery we've seen from Brown so far, and I think he was striving for the one that goes the other way, the wrong one, but he just got it all wrong. It was too full. And it doesn't matter how much it's going to spin, how much torque you put on it. Once it's pitched there, it's going to go for 6.
Yeah, towering 6 here from Kevish John to get things going here, and that will actually end the over after 14. It's 65 for 2.
The challenge here on this ground for the batters is that the boundaries aren't particularly long. So even though there's a fielder on the boundary, let's say at the National Cricket Centre or the Brian Lara Stadium, a shot that goes down to the long-off fielder is one that you would expect to get 2. To get perhaps 2 if he has to move maybe to his left or his right a couple of meters. However, with this particular venue, given that it's not that long, you might get a 1.5. So it's in between there. If you really force the issue, if you get a misfield, you can get the 2. But it's very difficult to get 2, even if you hit it a couple of meters away from the fielder.
Joseph to continue. John really likes to cut through that cover and point region here. There are 2 fielders in that position there, point and an extra cover.
Well, Joseph getting the ball to turn away from him, so he's just trying to manufacture some room and pierce that gap between those 2 fielders.
That's a good delivery, a little bit shorter. Not short, I would say, but just back of a length and tucking up Villalba there.
You work with it.
You can see there, Vidya, that he holds the bat very, very low down.
Yeah, that's for control, basically. So he's trying to play more controlled and place these shots a lot more. So earlier he was going for those what we call long handle shots, the big shots. Now he's just trying to place them. Death by a thousand
This one
cuts.
is pulled nicely through the mid-wicket region. Gonzalez has more work to do. He's fleet-footed enough. No, is he not? And that's a lovely pull through the cow corner region there, rocking back Villalba. Video Rampal, talk us through the shot here.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. And the placement is what was the best thing about it, because he's targeted one of the shorter boundaries on this side. Now, if that the ground actually, it's a very sharp angle. It's not quite running around the 200, let's say running the corner on the 200. It's actually much sharper than that. And suddenly Gonzalez found he was out of real estate.
And the other thing is the fencing of the playground is the boundary's edge basically, which makes it a little difficult for a fielder trying to get around on that side as well.
And that's the main reason for that rather sharp angle in the ground at cow corner. It's not for cows actually, but it's a different type of playground.
Cuts nicely here, Villalba, but no run there. Just settling in a little bit better here, Joseph, and he will end the 15th over despite being tonked for 4. 69 for 2. Doing okay, you'd have to say. But if you consider Vidya Rampal, how well his bowlers have bowled, Justin Joseph might be the loose bowler, you'd have to say, which doesn't say much. And I think there's going to be a drinks break. Yes, there will be a drinks break at this time. So after a few comments from Vidya Rampal, we'll take a short break and resume the commentary right after.
Yeah, it's so far so good for the Barataria ball players. 69 for 2 is a good platform. They have lost Harbin for 15 and Ramdullah for 4, but still batting to come here. Barataria ball players will be looking for something in the region of 240 for them to feel comfortable in this final.
after the water break. Damian Brown continuing in his spell. 69 for 2. It's a good platform here for Barataria. Only 2 wickets lost, but Vialva on 33 and Kevish John on 11. You think that the partnership needs to come now as I welcome back Vidya Ramphal, who just...
Yeah, welcome. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Pleasant drive from John to get proceedings going.
25 runs in the 5 overs just before the break. So they would have gone along at 5 and over. They went along at 6 the previous block of 5 before that. And a big part of the reason why they were able to pull things back is the bowling of John. And
another push by Vialva down to long on for another single. It'll be interesting to what sort of score would be competitive here. I'm thinking anywhere close to 200. Video would be pretty competitive, but Police do have some good batters in their lineup as well.
They certainly do. I think anything, you'll have to get over 6 runs and over here. So 240, 250 would certainly be the first port of call here for this team.
Some good running they'll have to do. Kevish John trying to force the issue through the extra cover region. Didn't get anything there. But Senor Gonzalez is patrolling the boundary there at that cover region, and we've seen that he's very fleet across the ground. Long on and long off in place. Still a slip here for Damian Brown. 1 for 19 or 4.3. Excellent bowling by the young fellow. Not happy with that one. Pulled out of that one. Having some words with his keeper here. But of course, when that bowler is in the groove video, he would get his opportunity to pick his own feel as he would like. Going down the leg side, maybe there, but a faster delivery in by Brown.
Yeah, to really score, he's going to have to play against the spin there for that particular delivery. And it was a bit faster, a lot faster, and way down the leg side. Would have missed about 3 stumps down the leg side.
Kept very low as well. It's starting to keep very, very low here as that ball gets a little bit older. Keeper did well to get his pads to stop that one.
Let's see if that one stayed on the ground. Yeah.
Good push again. They're contemplating the single. There's nothing doing. Brown is fleet over the ground. Does the feeling for himself. 71 for 2 after 16. Just 2 runs off that over. Damian Brown really, really a good player here for the Police.
There is the Holy Cross RC Church here in Santa Cruz. And Santa Cruz literally translates to Holy Cross. So that's a church. Many weddings have been held there. There's, of course, all of the 5 sacraments of the religion. It's quite a lovely church there. It's if you've ever had the chance to be inside there, it's quite a solemn place, a place of quiet meditation.
Yeah, it's lovely nestled in that little valley there as well. Picturesque setting indeed, Santa Cruz. And a bread basket, of course, in Trinidad and Tobago. There are numerous bread baskets, Valencia being one of them as well. Very high productive area, Santa Cruz. A lot of cocoa and coffee as well. The chocolate shop, I believe, is on the corner of this street here, Vidya Rampal. Chocolate factory. Not certain of the name, but it's quite famous with the chocolate. Francois returning. None for 6 off 3. There's been good bowling from him. He's going to be changing ends. He's coming from the northern end of the ground. He was previously operating from the southern end. Opened the bowling. But it's good to see him back here. And let's see. It's always difficult for a bowler to adjust after spending some time off. But let's see how he adjusts now.
All 2 fielders have exchanged positions just outside of your picture. The first slip has left and he's departed to a point position. Very short point position. And then the man who was at the gully has gone to first slip.
Carved over the point position, and that will run just behind square. They will come back for 2 here. A little bit of a width there from offered from Francois, and just freeing his arms, Vialva.
But it almost went to that man they put at the point position. He mistimed it horribly and almost presenting an easy catch. Those kind of dismissals make the captain look very good. But didn't quite work that time.
Long off all the way out on the boundary, and now the mid-on goes to the long-on position as well. He was previously inside the circle, maybe just on the edge of the circle. Francois continues. A Yorker length delivery, well dug out there by Villalba.
Yeah, Villalba to the other left-arm orthodox spinner, that's Justin Joseph. He was trying to lift that one over the infield towards the extra cover boundary.
Well turned there by Villalba into the leg side. Long on comes around. A tall figure. Wells stoops down and picks that one up, sends a return in. And I see your point, as you mentioned, about the ground being very sort of squat and flat straight on, because that was a decent push. That would have been 2 on any other ground, but there was only 1 there.
You really have to pierce the gaps here at this venue.
John flicks this nicely. Gonzalez will run off the boundary. Will they push for 2? They will. He has quite some distance to carry. The throw comes in. It's a little bit wild and a bit of a misfield, but a comfortable 2 in the end there. That's good running there from Kevis John. And as you mentioned, picking those gaps for the Ramfal, looking for where you can maximize your shots.
And also picking your fielders. Gonzalez has done a lot of work here today, but he's not the fastest of fielders. And in fact, Justin Joseph is telling him, don't go all the way out to the boundary. Stay 3/4 in, which he has done now.
This one he goes straight and he goes high. That's a lovely towering shot from Villalba. That's 6 all the way. He's enjoying himself against the spinners here. Take a look at this one as Villalba goes up to 43.
Oh. That was in the slot. That was in the slot, and that had to go. And he really put everything into that, and it flew high out of the boundary here. And I tell you what, there is a church back there, the Santa Cruz Church of the Nazarene, and they're going to have to find somebody with a key for those gates, because that one went into the yard of the church just behind the grounds.
Yeah, it really was a clean shot there from Villalba. Just went with the ball there. Unfortunately, there seems to be signs of a second fire in that valley, just behind the Nazarene Church on the lower level. Really a shame here. I think the umpires are signaling that they will need a replacement ball here.
Yeah, they certainly will need a replacement ball, because that one, there is, behind the side screens, there is a fence erected, as you would expect. This is a recreational area. So what they've done at both ends of the ground and at the side of the ground where there are residences, they put up an extra tall fence to prevent balls from going over there. But he hit that so high, it cleared that fence, cleared the road, and landed directly in the churchyard.
It certainly is a blessed 6, because it's landed in that church's yard there.
Well, he might be damned for it though, because that ball is now lost. And whoever goes to open the church maybe later on today or tomorrow, they're going to have a nice, they certainly will have a nice souvenir. And if they want Kevis John to sign it, well, if you want to know who you should sign it, it is Kevis John. He hit that one for 6.
Yeah, and they're not playing 6 and out here, so John is safe indeed. But I really enjoyed that shot, because it was very, very clean. He danced up the pitch, and it was dead straight as well, Vidya. It didn't curve either way. As you mentioned, it went clearly over the side screen. As the umpires are having a look at the balls here, and I think they have a replacement, a good replacement that they like. They're looking at the umpires holding on to a second one there, just in case.
Gregory Wales, a member of the executive of the North Zone Council, was the man heading out there to help get those walls. Very influential member of the North Zone Council. And I mentioned, I have met a few of young cricketers who talk very, very highly of him and the effect that he's had on their lives. So another one of the unsung heroes, perhaps, of the North Zone Cricket Council.
Yeah, it's the beauty of grassroots cricket, Vidya, And if you've been around the sport long enough, everybody is known. And if you made a good name for yourself, then definitely you're certainly somebody that is worthy of respect. And credit to the older heads who take up the mantle of nurturing young cricketers. Earlier today, actually, I was enjoying right there on the basketball court. There was a training session with some young cricketers, and it was nice to see the young fellows sort of playing their T20 shots as well, because they were clearing the fences of the basketball court. Francois has the ball in his hands and is ready to resume. John goes straight again, a little bit wider this time, and bounces awkwardly to long off, who does really well. Good cricket, 6 and then a single.
Yeah, another aggressive shot there by John. And after a bit of a scratchy start, he's now starting to catch up here. 17 overs gone, 83 for 2. John, 21 of 21 deliveries. Villalba going along at a runner ball. So both batsmen going along at a strike rate of around 100 here. The run rate is 4.88, but they are starting to accelerate now, the Barataria ball players. The last thing they want to do now is to lose a wicket. They have to consolidate. They've consolidated. Now is where these two batters have to cash in. They need to occupy the crease until the 30 over mark and beyond here for Barataria ball players to set up a total that will challenge police.
Yeah, they've been together since the 10th over here. And they came together at 44 for 2. So they've really put on just under 40 runs, a 39-run partnership. So it's a good little platform that they've built here. And if you think that they've only came together, it's just about a runner ball partnership, you'd have to say, if maybe a little bit less. But doing really, really well, and they just want to maintain it. As we see, Christmas has come early. It's Brian Christmas from the southern end who will replace the excellent Damian Brown.
And Brian Christmas brings a lot of experience of playing at regional level and youth level, and here in club cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. Very much part of the national youth setup for a long time. Hasn't quite progressed to the senior team as yet, but still an opportunity here for the young man. He's making a name for himself with this police team.
Pushed nicely off the back foot into the extra cover region. There's no run. There's a deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, a long on, a conventional long on and long off fielders. There is a slip in place for Mr. Christmas and a decent ring of 3 fielders in the offside as well. This one's played down into the point region and there is no run. A good start from Christmas, as you would expect. It's a good challenge here for Kevish John and Villalba to play against a player with that national experience. And you can see why Joseph would have played him in the middle overs. His experience would be quite valuable. This one is struck nicely through the extra cover region. Off the back foot. John has been threatening to do that. The ball bounces. It's a tight race. Good footwork there by Gonzalez. That one might be touch and go. Are they coming back for 3? They get back for 3 quite comfortably. That's good running here. Good cricket all round.
Good feeling by Gonzalez. He was aided and abetted there, but as the ball was coming down the slope, you would have expected it to really go away, but it seemed to strike something. It's not the most even of outfields here, and it slowed down considerably. He was able to track it down. Good work there by Gonzalez, the belief to chase it down and save a run.
And he's been dispatched to the actual extra cover region. Let's see if he goes all the way back to the boundary. Looks like he will. Villalba pushes this one down to long on. But it's good to see the communication here and the batters. So when Villalba was setting the plays, John was now coming and was starting to play the fiddle. John has starting to open up now. So Villalba maybe will just play that supporting role here. So we'll have to see how that goes and if this partnership can develop even further. Some adjustments in the field now. Deep backward square leg. It looks like he's coming into the circle as a conventional backward square leg. And that's of course because Gonzalez has been pushed out to that extra cover region. Deep extra cover, I should say. Good bowling here from Christmas.
Not a lot of turn from Christmas. He just fires it in. Balls with an off-spinner's action, but very quickish arm action for him.
Trying to pull that one through the cow corner region, but unfortunately it went too straight. He'll just get a single there, John. He'll pinch the strike from his partner. 88 for 2 after 18, and if you consider that after 5 overs they were 13 for 1, it's been an excellent recovery here from the Barataria ball players.
Barataria ball players going along well. The partnership is now 44 between John and Villalba. Villalba has not slowed down. In fact, he's just gone along about 100, strike rate of 100. John is the one who really has quickened up his scoring. That 6 in the last over that he faced from Francois certainly would have aided his scoring rate. But there will be a bowling change at that end, as you would expect. And Bisai is now going to be on the attack. He's the 6th option used here by the police team.
And just shows the wealth of talent they have if Bisai is coming into bowl so late, because he's a very good bowler, a very good all-rounder, as it were. And but certainly they have to try something. I think Justin Joseph will be disappointed with himself more than anything else, because he's been fairly expensive, hasn't taken any wickets as well. And you can hear the stump mic here on Cricket 360's production of this North Zone 40 overs final. The keeper's laughter behind there, marshalling his troops as well. The fielder comes around from the leg side into the sort of gully position here. He was backward square leg. He's now into a conventional gully position. One field on the circle inside on both sides of the wicket. Trying to dab that one past that wideish gully position there to start Kedvish John.
In that 20 over match on Friday, one of the two best bowlers were Justin Joseph, who took 2 for 17, and Darius Bisai, who is now in operation 2 for 37. But Nicholas Sukhdev Singh and Brandon Ramdial were just too good on that Friday.
Short and cut away nicely, but there's that field out there deep cover, and it's just a pleasant single for Kevish John to keep the run rate.
Certainly was with an offer there in that delivery, but he played it too early. Perhaps if he had just waited a fraction and cut it behind square, he would have accessed not only the shorter of the two boundaries, but there's also a fairly large gap which the deep extra cover fielder would not have been able to track down.
Medium pace of Bisai continues from the northern end. Well played by John, by Villalba, I should say. He's looked comfortable since he came in, Carl Villalba. You'd have to say. All the other batters seemed a little bit scratchy at the start of the innings. Villalba, he actually didn't face a delivery for, I think, about 2 or 3 overs, but has looked very comfortable at the crease.
Tried to put some pressure on the fielder there, and Brown has been pretty good across the ground. He's the fastest and perhaps the best of the fielders here for the police team. This has been steady stuff here from Bisai to start off.
Nice push down the ground there. Pleasant stuff here. And applauded by the Barataria fans in the dugout.
Watch it.
They just have to keep it ticking over, Vidya Ramphal. 90 for 2 after 18.5. Just one delivery left in this over. Bisai will be happy with what he's done so far. Wouldn't want to give away a loose delivery here. Kevish John certainly is in the mood to attack if necessary. Turned into the leg side, and he'll pinch the strike once again, Kevish John. And it's 91 for 2 after 19.
Kevin John hasn't scored a boundary yet. He has hit 2 sixes though. So Vialva, meanwhile, has hit 5 fours, 39 of 40 deliveries. Brian Christmas and B-side, the two to bowl 1 over so far. Let's just give you an idea of how the bowling has gone. Wells has bowled 4 overs. Francois has bowled 4. Damian Brown, who is 1 for 19, he's bowled 5 overs. Justin Joseph has 4 overs, done for 28, and Brian Christmas and B-side have bowled 1 apiece. So they've used 6 options here. Each bowler is allowed to bowl 8 overs. You would expect Dion Wells will come at the end and he will bowl out his complement of 4 overs. And Francois, another one of those who will, I feel, bowl out his overs, as will Brown.
Justin Joseph has decided to bring himself back on from the southern end. Let's see how this one goes. Replacing Brian Christmas, so just the one solitary over from Christmas. It's an interesting state of the game here, because you would say police had the upper hand definitely in the early exchanges. Barataria ball players have consolidated quite well. I'm not sure if I would go as far as saying as honors are even. Maybe police still have the upper hand. Good delivery, just off the inside edge, squirts into the leg side. There's no single there. But at least the Barataria ball players will be happy to know that they have wickets in hand, Vidya. And that, of course, is very important as it comes down to the business end of their innings.
Yeah, it certainly will.
Good delivery there from Joseph. That one skidded through, well, not skidded, it bounced and just seamed off the surface. Extra bounce, an excellent take by the keeper behind the stumps.
Yeah, Joseph is a fairly tall man, maybe about 6'2" or so. And some overspin on that one. Jumped again at him. We did talk about the fact that there were some wet spots, but that moisture is long gone. But what it has left, it suggested that there were some lower spots. It's not perfectly even in terms of the...
John trying to manufacture a run here, nothing doing. Excellent ring of feelers there. Wells coming up very, very quickly to stop that one.
Yeah.
The delivery previous, he seemed to be trying to manufacture something. I think John is starting to get a little bit bogged down here. No, 27 off 33. I think he'll want to free his hands. As you mentioned, no boundaries but 2 sixes.
Yeah, there is a feeling that the ball will jump on you at some point, because there are some spots on the pitch where there are some indentations. This pitch has been well used throughout the season.
Closing in on a maiden here is Justin Joseph. Will he get it? No, he won't get it, because it'll just be a single here to end the over. And it's 92 for 2. After 20 overs, that's the halfway mark here for Barataria. 92 for 2, run rate of 4.6. Good platform to launch. And, of course, it's worth noting that these two are just 1 run short of a 50-run partnership, which is, no, 2 runs short, my apologies, of a 50-run partnership. I hope the commentator's curse doesn't jinx it, as it's been a really, really good innings from this pair. It seems that Brian Christmas will take up the action from the northern end of the ground. So he had 1 over from the southern end, and that over went for just 5 runs. So we'll have to see if B-side will come back, but maybe B-side will bowl a little bit later on.
Yeah, so B-side has now been taken out of the attack, so a little bit of indecision here between for the police team. They brought on Christmas and B-side for an over apiece, and perhaps a double change, so they're trying to switch things around. And Mrs. Christmas is now going at the other end. So now he is bowling off spin. So with the wind coming across the ground from right to left here, this will certainly help if there is any turn for him. He just fires it in, basically. If there is any turn for him, it's going to help it coming into the right-hander here.
Reinforcement, as you mentioned, with the breeze coming across, the square leg fielder comes into play. Long on and long off in position. Still a deep cover. We also have Mr. Gonzalez out there at mid-wicket. There's no fielders at third man or fine leg. So if and the fielders are inside the circles. If you get it past that slip fielder, there's some runs there for you. This one he pulls square high, and that's a towering 6. That's a lovely shot there by Kevin John. Picked that one up beautifully. That is their 50-run partnership. 98 for 2.
Yeah, a little bit round arm there from Brian Christmas, and that one was into the pitch. Too short from Brian Christmas. And John, who hasn't hit a boundary just yet, well, he's dealing in all these 6s at the moment.
He really hits them quite clean when he's ready, Kevin John. You can see by maybe he doesn't want to hit boundaries because he's a 6-man. Appeal. Was there a bit of bat before pad here? We'll have to look at the replay of this one. Video Rampal, your expert opinion on this one.
Well, couldn't really see it there. But I did hear the keeper telling the batter, I think your bat saved you there. So there may have been an edge in it.
Yeah, but maybe a bit of inside edge there, but a moral victory for Brian Christmas after being tonked for 6 over mid-wicket.
Nice stop. Nice stop. Very good stop by the bowler. It was to his weaker hand also. Picked it up nicely.
After getting that 6 in the over, John is playing Christmas with due respect. And that is actually the end of the 21st over. It's 98 for 2, the Barataria ball players after 21.
So Barataria just 2 runs away from 100 here. The partnership, as Andrew would have told you, getting past 50 with that 6. The 6 actually the only run scored in that over from Brian Christmas. So all good signs here for the Barataria ball players. These two, the partnership starting to blossom. They've both faced over 40 deliveries, 40 or more deliveries. So good signs here. For the police team, you would be starting to get a little bit worried. They need to break this partnership and re-establish their control over the game. So that's going to be 1. Well, actually, they might think about the second, but Villalba is sent back. And again, given the small nature of the ground, even though the fielders had to run round about 15 meters, it still was going to be a chancey to get that second run.
Yeah, Vidya, and there's also the situation of the field not being completely cut. So when it gets to that area there where the grass is a little bit thicker, the ball will definitely slow down.
Not only slows down, but when the fielder is coming across to it, it just kicks up and it gives you a nice little cushion bounce into your hands, which fielders certainly do appreciate.
Yeah, it's certainly better than scraping it on nut grass and sand.
Yeah, good bowling here again from Joseph. And it does give you, from this side at least, you can see that it's not exactly orthodoxy in terms of his approach. That front leg, yeah, he really bowls round that front leg and tries to get as much spin as possible.
Yeah, you're quite right. That front leg does hang in the air for quite some time. But I just wanted to point out something after this delivery.
Another good delivery here from Joseph.
Yeah, I have to credit the police bowling unit here because we haven't actually seen any extras. The only extra was a bye from that fantastic first delivery from Damian Brown, but there haven't been any wides. Actually, I lied. There was one no ball, but that was for hitting the stumps with his hand. So,
well, we might have to report you to the principal because you've lied twice. It's 2 no balls, in fact, and 4 byes. So I think Principal Passad will have to deal with you after the game. The 100 is up for Barataria. And while Principal Passad deals with Andrew Chan, let me just tell you that after 22 overs, Barataria ball players are 100 for 2.
I think I was trying to. You're quite right, Vidya, and I will take my strokes from the principal as necessary. I hope he doesn't give me more than 2 or 3. But the point I was trying to make was that they haven't bowled any wides, and it's really good to see that discipline. And the Barataria ball players, they've done well considering the circumstances, because the police haven't really offered anything for them to get away. So I mean, there were the couple overs where they got something from Francois and then Joseph as well, as Brian Christmas resumes from the northern end.
Yeah, Christmas 2 overs, none for 11, just the 6 in the last over. Short again, and he's going to get the same treatment, 6 more, this time to the left of Francois at mid-wicket, and he pulled that one down again in trying to bowl that faster one there. Christmas just releases it a bit too late, and it just holds up in the pitch, doesn't it, and all the way for 6.
Yeah, rocked back really nice. He opened up his body, Kevish John, and just lifted it over the rope. Gonzalez is signaling that it has gone over the fence, and it's actually, I think it's landed in the drain just parallel to the road there. So the umpire has to come up with the other reverse delivery, and it will be, as you mentioned earlier, the police will be getting a little bit nervous about this situation. If Kevish John continues here, gets a couple more big 6s here, the momentum will start to swing here with Barataria.
Good delivery. Well, the axis is already tilted towards the Barataria ball players ever so slightly, because now this partnership has taken them over the 100 mark. The wickets, just to remind you, falling at 5 and 44. And when they lost that early wicket, there may have been a few tremors in the dressing room, depending on how well management have prepared them, because they would have been saying, oh, it's going to be deja vu all over again, in terms of what happened on Friday. The short delivery came off the pad again. They're going to get 2. They should get 2 comfortably here. Long chase for Warwood. And that time he had a lot to do to really catch up with that one. So they were able to get the double pretty easily. It's a leg by the way.
Yeah, that delivery actually moved, that chase, I should say, actually moved like how a conventional shot should go down. Ball sort of going away from Warwood and got very, very close to the ropes, actually.
Oh, he's gone big here again, and nobody's going to catch that. That has landed over the ropes, and that is the 5th 6 here for Kevis John, and he moves on to 47. He has now overtaken Carl Villalva, and Kevis John, who started uncertainly, has now had a couple of 6s in the over.
Yeah, he's really peppering that mid-wicket and cow corner region, getting down quite nicely and opening up his body. It really is a clean strike of the ball, the full swing of the area, and it's gone into the playground section here. Gonzalez had to retrieve the ball. Joseph and Christmas are discussing here again, and it must be a real headache here for Joseph, that one of his strike bowlers here in the form of Brian Christmas, and with the likes of him not bowling very well as well, it's really a concern here for the police. And who will they turn to? Because it's still, the important thing to note is, Vidya, that there's still quite a number of overs left in this game.
Yeah, they would certainly be aware of that. Christmas under pressure here. 3 6s already conceded in his last 10 balls to the same batter. Clubbers that one, but straight at the fielder this time, and he does well to make the stop.
Yeah, excellent work from that number 9 there. I think
Francois was the fielder, and Christmas last ball of the over. He'll be happy to give up the ball after this over, I'm sure. Oh, that's edged and away from the fielder. They should get only 1 here because Brown is after this one, and he is very quick across the outfield. So an expensive over here again for Christmas. 2 6s in the over after 23 overs. The Barataria ball players 115 for 2. And Kevis John away, 2 away from a well-deserved 50 here, Andrew Chan.
115 for 2, the run rate exactly 5. I don't have to work out the maths. It's not too difficult in that one. That over going for 15. And yes, that momentum is starting to switch here. As Jason Passano, our producer, points to our cameraman, and he'll get a shot of something. Yes, they're looking for the ball in the drain there. Some fans of the game here. Unfortunately, to see that man littering on there, so we shouldn't have seen. Don't encourage that at all here at Cricket 360. So they're looking for that delivery there.
Yeah, and he has on a Patriots t-shirt. I'm sure the Patriots might have a word with him, Frank Sozano. And vehicles passing by. Yeah, so 3 boundaries, 3 sixes towards that mid-wicket area by John, who's now hit 5 sixes, as I mentioned. 23 overs, 115 for 2. Barataria in a pretty good position. And they've now brought on, it's a bowling change here, so Yearwood is going to be introduced into the attack. Off spinner Yearwood. Just walks in and then fires it in with the right hand. He's a tall man, very muscular looking. And tell you what, a lot of upper body strength, so that would explain the increasing in pace even after that leisurely walk to the crease.
Well, it's interesting how when the shorter formats are the what you call the dibbly-dobbly medium pace is always quite effective, and a spinner with a fast arm action can almost get similar paces, similar speed.
Oh, that's up in the air. There's a fieldsman coming around, and it's not going to get anywhere close to him. It just drops in no man's land, and John has gotten 2, and that's his 50. Kevis John is 50 of 54 deliveries, and an important innings for Kevis John in this final. But Barataria ball players are 117 for 2. The defending champions will know there is still a lot of work to do, and in fact, his teammates are telling him, bat on, son, bat on, because a lot of overs still to go here.
Yeah, excellent innings there from Kevis John. He's a bit scratchy at the beginning, but did get a couple sixes, really clean shots to get him going. Good delivery there from Yearwood to follow up.
Yearwood just fires it in, and wonder if he's the drill sergeant among the policemen at the time. He looks very much an disciplinarian among them. Oh. I think he's gotten him here, has he? Well, he says not out. It was a strange shot. It was a full delivery wide outside the off stump. And look at what John does here. He's just trying to guide this past. Ooh. Well, the deflection actually was off the pad of the keeper, but it was well taken by Ramdial at first slip.
Yeah, get a moral victory there for Yearwood. John maybe letting down his guard a little bit after, as he got his 50, and I claimed that.
Don't think there was an edge there. Didn't see much of a deflection. And, well, Yearwood was screaming bold as the ball was going through. Just reminds me that today's actually the birthday of the former West Indies batsman, Carly Best. Carly Best, and I think you know where I'm going with this. And that's, yes, has he gotten him here? Well, it was, he's chipped it back towards the keeper, and he's been given out. So that is the end of John. He's gone after 50, possibly a chance earlier in the over. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, it hit the bottom of the bat, and he chipped it back to the bowler, and Yearwood knew immediately that it was gone. I thought initially he'd played it into the ground, but he actually scooped it up before it hit the ground, and that is the end of him. He's been caught at ball by Yearwood for 50.
And he sits down to stretch here, Yearwood, after bowling just 5 deliveries and getting a wicket. Actually, it's the end of the over. It's 117 for 3 after 24. Unfortunate end for Kevis John here. He's been rattled by Yearwood, and Yearwood eventually having the last laugh, getting rid of the half centurion. It's been an excellent innings by Kevis John. He'll be very, very unhappy that he's let it slip here, because the platform was there. And let's see how good my maths is, video. That partnership was 56 plus
73 was the partnership itself, and just getting a picture there. That is that Winston Sobers, the chairman of the North Zone, filling in with doing some camera work duties. 117 for 3. John will be very disappointed to get out at this time. Samuel is the new batsman in for the Barataria ball players, and part of the reason for his disappointment here, he knows that it was an inopportune time to get out at the time here, because they would have been hoping to really move on, and a chance for him to get perhaps 100 here, and also an opportunity to take his team over the 200 mark into that comfort zone.
Yeah, really unfortunate end to that partnership. As you mentioned, 73, Joey Samuel, the new batter. But good, at least for the Barataria ball players. They still have wickets in hand. Carl Villalba is still there. Joey Samuel, I think, just needs to start getting those singles, pushing the ball around, getting accustomed to the delivery, and let Villalba do the heavy lifting, I should say, for maybe the next 3 to 4 overs. And just settle yourself here. Because 117 for 3. 4.88 that run rate. You mentioned you want to get it up to 6 runs and over, and they'll have to do that in the last 10 overs, you have to think, if you want to get, as you mentioned, to that 240 mark, so which should be a good benchmark, as you said.
So it looks like B-side is going to be back here. B-side just the 1 over for 3 runs and was taken off the attack. Brian Christmas came in, and Christmas caught it for 3 sixes within the space of 3 overs. The majority of the sixes have come from that end, and you would expect that from this particular venue with the wind blowing from right to left. That's the danger end here for both teams, because it's very difficult to defend that boundary away to the left of your picture.
Villalba has a lot of responsibility here, having just lost his partner as the set batter as well.
No!
That's positive calling, a big no as he played that one. And Yewood was actually doing his own commentary when he was bowling. It reminds me that today is the birthday of the former West Indies player Carlisle Best, who was born on this day in 1959. He was one who liked to commentate while he was batting. And it was rather disconcerting for teams who had never played against him, especially the bowlers, when you're coming into him. And they're going to get a single here, and perhaps Best would have been commentating on that. He comes in, it's wide of the off-stump, he dabs it away, Best, and picks up the single.
I actually remember reading a story once, as you talk about Carlisle Best and his commentary, and he used to call himself Bessie as he was commentating, and once he was batting against the great Andy Roberts in a match, and he carved him through the covers for 4, and he said, "Shot Bessie, that's Roberts too." So I think it's an interesting way to really big yourself up psychologically. However, what does he do if he gets out? Does he say, "Oh, that was a horrible delivery," and that's the end of Bessie?
Yeah, I think he might see it with some rose tinted lenses, the way his dismissals. Isai will give up a single here. Samuel is thinking about the second one, but again, it's sort of that uncomfortable width here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground here in Santa Cruz, that you just can't seem to get a lot of 2s here. We have seen a couple triples already, and that's because the fielders had an enormous amount of acreage to cover.
The other thing about Carlisle Best and his commentary, he would have access to language that we certainly can't use here, Vidya Rampal. Way too colorful.
Straight to the fielder. Also today is the birthday of the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic swimmer, Sherelle Thompson, born in Port of Spain on this day in 1992. She would have competed at the 2022 Summer Olympics. She's also competed at 2 World Aquatics Championships, 2011 and 2019. Coming down the track, and will get 1. He should get a second run here. Samuel is going for it, and the fielder was just a bit too casual then getting across to that one. Today is also the anniversary of an incident that many try to forget. Today was the day that Pakistan actually beat the West Indies for the first time in a test series in the Caribbean. And I don't think Shannon Gabriel wants to hear about that, because yes, it was that incident that happened on this day in 2017. Very slow delivery here from B-side. Took all the pace off that, and he was just able to defend. So after 25 overs, the Barataria ball players are 121 for 3. So in that last 5-over block, Mr. Chan, they've lost 1 wicket. They have gotten 29 runs, so just going along just below 5 and over. So certainly they're in a pretty, they're in a region that they would prefer to be going along at about 6 and over at this time.
Yeah, it's sort of a strange innings, you'd have to say, if you want to describe it like that, because they seem to be so pegged back in the early exchanges. They lost wickets at inopportune times, but that partnership, that 73-run partnership by Villalba and Kevis John, who made a well-played 50, have really got them back on track. So it's just to see where they can go on from here and where they can push on from here. And the police outfit was starting to look a little bit despondent in the field while Villalba and John were going guns. There may be a little bit more of a revival here. Yearwood, his first over 1 for 2, really bringing a little bit of excitement and life to the party here.
Left-handed Samuel to face up. And he's just firing it. I'm sure he's had a good look at Yearwood already. Very wide there by Yearwood. Still the first slip in place. Ramdial is there. In the Premier League today, Brentford beat West Ham at 2-0. Manchester City, well, they made it look pretty comfortable against Everton, 3-0. And Brighton, they absolutely hammered Arsenal, 3-0. Oh, that's almost played on. That spun back viciously and almost took the off stump. I think the keeper may have helped it towards, Simmons would have helped it a little bit towards the stumps.
Yeah, he sort of kicked it there. And I hope Arsenal fans will now appreciate how my team, Liverpool, have stood 2-2 with Man City all these years.
Just no timing in the shot there. If he had gotten more purchase on that, that could have been a boundary square of the wicket. There are a couple of Arsenal fans not far away from us right now. And they would want to know that Enciso, Undav and Estupiña getting the goals for Brighton and Hove Albion. Arsenal's title hopes are certainly gone now.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it shows how good Manchester City are.
Swung into the air, and there's a fielder coming around that would not have carried to it. No timing in the shot again by Villalba, who's been a little bit off color in the last couple of overs. Hasn't had a huge amount of the strike, but that is really the title race over there. And with Manchester City winning today, they just need 2 more wins, I understand, to take the Premier League title.
Well, that should be almost a given here for Manchester City. The business end of this Premier League really has been an interesting one. Fellow Merseysiders Everton were in grave danger of the drop here, and they've kind of gotten out of it.
Everton in 17th place, 1 point outside of the drop zone, in fact.
Yeah. So the business end of this season is really interesting. A dead ball there. And my squad, Liverpool, 5th place, just 4 points behind Man United. And, of course, Newcastle dropping points yesterday. If we beat Leicester on Monday.
Oh, as he edged that, there's a big appeal he's been given. That's the end of Samuel. Quickish delivery outside the off stump. Samuel was tempted into the drive, and that is a well-taken catch there by Simmons. Here's how it happened. Yeah, he saw it. Yeah, just enough of a touch. And he also got some turn there, and maybe that one just taking the glove. The batsman didn't seem to have too many arguments there, so Samuel's gone for 2.
Unfortunate end here for him. That's the 4th wicket down for Barataria ball players. They won 24 for 4. Sort of slipping and losing that momentum here. Villalba again is still there. But Yearwood has really been the pick here. He's come back with 2 for 5 after just 1.5 deliveries here. The new batter for the Barataria ball players, that's Mr. Marlon Phillip.
So Marlon Phillip heading in to do battle for his team. Has a number 10 on his back, a number made popular by so many famous footballers over the years, including Pelé, Maradona, and Lionel Messi. 3 of the greatest players ever. No Liverpool players in there, as you notice.
Yeah, because we went with number 7. We made our own numbers as per Trent and Alexander-Arnold and the famous number 66. You can't get any better than Kenny Dalglish, number 7, and then Steven Gerrard making, of course, in number 8 his own. But we had Sadio Mane, which wasn't bad for number 10.
Yep. There'll have to be a new Liverpool song about the loss of Sadio Mane. There was one about the loss of Coutinho, as you remember.
Yeah.
124 for 4. But back here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground in Santa Cruz, we've seen Barataria ball players have lost 2 wickets for the addition of only 7 runs here. And police will hope that this is the start of a slide. They're trying to trigger something of a more serious slide. 2 wickets is a bit of a tremble, but they will want to trip up Barataria ball players at this point.
It certainly seems like Yearwood is the man.
Yeah, Yearwood, yeah, he is getting a little bit of turn, firing it in, but enough side spin on it to get the turn, and that time getting the wicket of Joey Samuel. After 26 overs, the Barataria ball players are 124 for 4.
Yearwood shouting, catch him, while Philip, I should say, played an accomplished block. But I guess if you speak it into the universe, it might happen, and maybe that's what Yearwood is trying to do there, appealing for a catch when there was nothing there. Be interesting to see how Villalba approaches this this back end of the innings. He's been really good. He's of course had to go into his shell a little bit here with the loss of three partners in quick succession.
Yeah, so he has seen a couple of them go quickly, and another one out there now. So John going for 50. Villalba is still there. And Villalba came in at the fall of the first wicket. He came in with the score at 5 for 1. The score is now 124 for 4. It just tells you about the work he has done in grafting and keeping this innings together. There have been moments where he has been on top of the bowling, and there's moments when he's decided to graft, moments when he's been holding on by his fingernails. So he's gone through the range of emotions as a batsman out there, and he has to somehow find that ability to get on top of the bowling that he did earlier.
His new nickname is now Anchor.
Should get one. Brown is coming around. That's good work from Brown. And yeah, he's been very good across the outfield, but the batter, great credit there to Phillips, who was off and running very quickly, and that was the secret to them completing that single without him being dismissed.
Yeah, good cricket here, because the two of them need to realize that they need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. The run rate is still very healthy, Vidya. And yeah, you have to give Barataria ball players credit to that even after their early slow start, the first 2 overs, must mention, went for maidens. That was by Wells and Francois. So they've done well to keep up with that run rate. They've barely dropped below 4.5. So that's the one good thing that they have going for them. It's just to see how much they can get here in the business end of the innings here.
SB side to continue from the northern end of the ground. Yeah, look to turn that one. Phillip came off the leading edge. So in terms of the bowling, Wells has 4 overs. We haven't seen him since that 4-over burst. Francois, 4 overs. He's bowled 2 spells so far. Damian Brown, 5. Justin Joseph has 6. He's bowled 6 already. So he just has a couple of overs. Easy single into the gap. Christmas, 3 overs, 24 runs conceded, and being carted for 3-6. He was just too short in those 2 overs, and he has been taken off the attack. I doubt we might see much of him in this match. Darius Bisai, meanwhile, he's bowled 15 balls already and just conceded 9 runs, so certainly we'll see more of him. And Yearwood, well, he's been the trump card, hasn't he?
Yeah.
2 overs, 2 for 5.
Yeah, definitely. Bisai not comfortable with his run up here. And if we look at the batting to come, there's still Zeddy Lord who can wield the long handle a little bit here for Barataria ball players. Deron Wilson, their captain, is still there. Pancho Lara. Marlon Phillip is in there. Isaiah Kane and Vaughan Brown. So there is still some batting to come for the Barataria ball players. So all they need to do now is just keep getting the singles. Yeah, good delivery there.
Very good delivery by Bisai in the block hole, and the batsman, to their credit, did well to get that single. And with the boundaries not coming as fluently as we would have seen earlier in this game, well, they are doing well. They've been very alert, and for Marlon Phillips, who's just come in, he's run 2 very well-judged singles already. He was coming to the danger end both times his call, and he has already adapted well to the conditions here.
Yeah, it's good to see because, of course, You can't immediately run. You have to learn to crawl first. And Philip is doing the crawling work, as it were, to get his innings up and running.
It's a very hard outfield here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground in Santa Cruz. Named, of course, after the great man himself, born not too far from where we're sitting. Oh, another good delivery here. He's really getting those Yorkers in consistently, and I'm sure he's put in a lot of work on them, and that has brought the over to an end. After 27 overs, the Barataria ball players are 4 for 127. The run rate, which was quite close to 5 at one point, has now been dragged back ever so slowly to 4.7. So the Barataria ball players in a little bit of a slump here, and the police are starting to get their claws back into the game. They're starting to get, to use the well-used analogy, getting their handcuffs on the wrists of the Barataria ball players.
Excellent work there, Officer Varamfal. That certainly was a clean arrest if there ever was one.
Well, there is an Officer Ramphal in the family, and he's an inspector.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Inspector indeed. I actually, when I was down, and as I mentioned earlier, the year would to continue from the southern end.
It's a little bit slower this time. He's starting to take the pace off the deliveries. When first couple of deliveries he bowled, it was almost like medium pace stuff. Now, as he's starting to take the pace off, roll the fingers on one side of the ball, trying to get those a bit of off spin going, and had gone back to the faster one, but too far down the leg side. That was a good take by Simmons. It's never easy, those takes down the leg side, because one, you have to judge the position of the ball, because you're going to lose sight of it at some point as the batsman gets in your way.
Yeah, good recovery from him. But you can see why Yearwood is trying different things. He's obviously very confident. 2 for 6 off 2.1. And trying to free his hands there was Villalba. And as I was mentioning, the police were initially going to play in red, but because they're using a red ball, they can't play in the red. So I jokingly suggested that for their next uniform, they should definitely get in a khaki color.
Oh, we thought he had him there, Yearwood, and Simmons also thought that was going to hit the stumps. That one just rose enough over the off stump, and this is going to make very, very interesting viewing here. Villalba, this is not the first time this happened to him. Now look at this. Let's see how much this one turns. Yep, that was as close as it was going to get there. That's reminiscent of the delivery he got from Brown first up. A similar delivery, turning from this time just about off stump and beating the leg stump.
There's certainly a little bit of drift as well as the dip on that one, because it sort of drifted in and then bounced and it got very bouncy. If he had slowed that one down, maybe you would have gotten the wicket there.
Well, Yearwood not able to locate that one. Just run down to Brown in that long on position. They have consistently kept the long on and the long off pretty tight here because of the curvature of the ground, and also because those long boundaries aren't the furthest here. Another good bit of bowling here by Yearwood, and that's him again, just slowing it down, allowing the ball to spin. He's found that that sort of speed in the deliveries to get maximum amount of spin from his bowling action. See, that's there. That's a good delivery outside the off stump, and you can see the bat just searching for the ball. Excellent bowling from Yearwood.
And he follows that up with a really wide delivery. That one, the previous delivery, of course, it goes along with the hand. So when it touches down and then he gets it to sort of drift away there, Marlon Phillip, his eyes and his bat and his hands and everything was following that delivery.
Should get one here. Francois looks like he's carrying a little bit of an injury, and he was really limping after that one. And that is going to be the end of the over. After 28 overs, the defending champions, Barataria ball players, are 135 for 4. There is going to be a break for water here. So just telling you what's happened, it is the Barataria ball players, as we mentioned, 135 for 4, 50 for 50 for Kevis John. Vialva is on 47, and in terms of the bowling, the pick of the bowlers so far has been Brian Yearwood. He has taken 2 for 9 in his 3 overs. So that is the situation. Barataria ball players trying to set a target here that they can overwhelm the police with. We'll be back in a few minutes after this break.
Welcome back to the action here. 12 overs to go, 135 for 4 Barataria ball players after being asked to bat by the police in this North Zone Cricket Council 40 over final. Carl Vialva on 47. He's lost his main partner, Kevis John, who made a wonderful 50. Yearwood is the pick of the bowlers. Brian Yearwood, 2 for 9 off 3 overs. But Darius Bisai, it seems, will resume the action from the northern end. He's bowled quite well, none for 10 off 3. And the business end of this inning should be really, really interesting here. If the Barataria ball players can get some momentum going. I mean, runs on the scoreboard pressure is always scoreboard pressure. As I welcome back Mr. Vidya Ramphal.
So besides just, he wants a field change here. There is a long off in place, and he does want, let's see what he's asking for here. He wants the long off perhaps to go to the long on position, and he's asked Francois to leave his position square of the wicket on the offside and go down to that long off position. So 2 fielders, very straight here for Bisai. Took a couple of wickets against Barataria in the last game. And that goes straight to that fielder in that long off position. A nice bounce at the end, and just 1 to the total. Bisai has attacked the stumps all the way through. He hasn't given these batsmen a lot of width here. Most of the runs have come straight as he's forced the batsman to play in the V.
Yeah, it's been a really, really good performance by the medium pacer. Coming on, I think it was 6 change you mentioned. Bisai.
Fourth to be
Fourth.
correct, Bisai. And well, it actually may have been 6 because some of those bowlers, the top 5 were recycled. Cut away, and this is going to go to the fielder. That's a nice stop by Warwood. It wasn't an easy stop because it was bouncing at him. It leapt up at his throat like a trained Doberman, and he was able to get the right hand across to it.
Yeah, it really leapt up at him. He's coming across to the gully region now for the fielder. He fell kind of awkwardly. He fell on his knees there, so I hope his knees are okay. As you mentioned, this ground is hard and rock solid, almost like concrete.
Down the leg side this time from the bowler Bisai, and just to emphasize the point, he really has tried to keep it on the line of the stumps. Maybe that one, in trying to adjust for the left-hander down the leg side, actually would have been an excellent ball to the right-hander, so he hasn't quite been able to adjust his lines at the moment, but still he has kept the runs down well.
Carl Villalba has been in there since the 3rd over, so he's seen a lot of action so far.
Looking for his 50, and not going to get it there. Just 1 to the total. If you are fans of the Kolkata Knight Riders, well, you'll be happy to know Knight Riders defeating the Chennai Super Kings by 6 wickets in perhaps the mega clash of the IPL. It's always a big rivalry between the Kolkata Knight Riders and the Chennai Super Kings. Chennai restricted to 144 for 6. Kolkata 147 for 4.
Barataria 139 for 4. Bisai continues.
So nice batting here by Philip, and he's done what he's been asked to do. In fact, there's a misfield, and has that gone over the rope? Well, there's no rope actually, as you can see. There's some practice cones there being used. Yeah, I don't think that's gone, so they're going to settle for 2. It's always difficult to have boundary ropes in areas where there's a lot of farming.
Yeah. Villalba looked kind of questioningly there to see if it had gone over the ropes. That's very difficult to see from our angle. That would have been very close indeed.
Well, that's a wide this time, too far down the leg side from Bisai. So every time we see the left-hander coming on, he's either bowled it on the line of the pads or, in that case, wide down the leg side. So he's not quite adjusting his line. So that's something he will want to work on and improve for his own bowling.
You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to cramp the batter, not giving him any room at all.
That's where he wants to be. And played very respectfully by Marlon Phillip. So just to give you some of those details as the over comes to an end here. 29 overs gone, and the Barataria ball players are 142 for 4. 61st match of the IPL today in Chennai. Chennai Super Kings getting 48, a top score of 48 not out from Shivam Dubey, who I had the pleasure of seeing bat at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy back in 2020. An outstanding batsman, 2019 in fact, standing batsman for India. 2 wickets for Sunil Narayan, taking 2 for 15 for the Knight Riders. But the Knight Riders getting 57 from Nitish Rana, and Rinku Singh, he was run out for 54, but it was a situation where those two just ran away with it. There have been some questions raised about the continuing presence of Sunil Narayan and Andre Russell. Believe it or not, this is not blasphemy. I'm reading from the book of the IPL here. There are concerns that have been raised about both of them continuing to be on the team. Well, no question about the presence of Yearwood, and he has put one down the leg side, and Villalba has a 50. Villalba brings up his 50 off his 56 delivery, and in characteristic modern fashion, holds halfway up to bat to indicate the job is only half done.
Yeah, it's been an excellent innings here from Carl Villalba. As I mentioned, he came in at the 3rd over at the fall of the 1st wicket. So he's really played the anchor role brilliantly here, and he'll want to make sure that he finishes this innings on a high for Barataria ball players.
Yeah, so Yearwood more and more taking the pace off the ball. 2 for 10 his figures, and he does have the left-hander Phillip to bowl too. He has a first slip in place, which he's had throughout his spell. edged. This should be caught. No, over the head of the fielder. And Francois will have a real time tracking this one down. It's gone for 4. That one flew high over his head and away to the boundary for 4. That's the first boundary, I believe, that Yearwood has conceded.
Fortuitous for here for, that's Marlon Phillip. He certainly wanted to hit that one straight, maybe over the cover region, got the outside edge, and just peeled into the, maybe you wanted to tuck that into the leg side. But he got enough on it that it just sort of ballooned over that fielder at Gully and it ran down the slope for 4. 147 for 4. They're closing in on that 150 mark, which would be a good recovery here. Trying to
he's looking for that reverse sweep. And the reason is because that fielder at short third man is very close in. There's the fielder on the boundary on the offside is a deep extra cover. So anything in that region, once it gets past that man, is going to be 4. Goes for the late cut, and they picked their fielder well, have they? Francois is not the fastest across the ground, and in addition to that, I think he's carrying an injury, and as a result, they're able to pick up one quite easily against him.
It was a good return in, maybe a little bit low and wide. Villalba might have been in trouble with a better throw. Excellent backing up fielding there as well from number 7. That's Bisai, I believe. Yearwood just a little bit rattled in this over. He hasn't conceded much, but 6 runs already and 4 deliveries. Maybe he'll go back to his fast stuff, and he certainly does.
Well, this one high up into the air. Is the fieldsman going to get across in time? No, he's not. Has that cleared the ropes? 4 runs just in front of the cones marking the boundaries today. And the square leg umpire, the striker's end umpire, says that is 4.
Yeah, good pull there by Villalba. A little bit short there. And, of course, the thing with Yearwood is if he does pull it down short, you have the pace to work with. The 150 comes up, 152 for 4 Barataria. Carl Villalba with 54 of them. He continues to bat well. The Barataria ball players, they're finding their voice a little bit here. They were really, really pegged back a little bit with the fall of Kevish John at 117. And then the other quick wicket to fall, Joey Samuel. 7 runs later.
Another good faster one outside the off stump here from Yearwood to end off the over. At the end of 30 overs, the Barataria ball players are 152 for 4. Here's Andrew Chan to take you through the next 10 overs.
Carl Villalba is still there, 54-58. They're starting to find a bit of a partnership here with Marlon Phillip. 10 overs left. The run rate after that sparkling over is gone above that 5 runs and over. Can they push it up to 6 runs and over? I'm not sure. That might be too tall a task here.
Yeah, and the change in the way they're batting might be as a result of this because there is some weather. There is a prediction that there might be some rain later. And once that comes over those mountains, it might just do enough to create enough condensation for that to dump some rain in the area.
10 overs left, and not surprising, we see the return of Mr. Dion Wells, who bowled really, really excellently early on. He got the early wicket of Ramdullah. Of course, the ball will be a little bit older now, but if he exhibits that same control that he had early on with Rampal, you certainly think that Wells might just cause some consternation in the minds of the batters. I'm not sure if they're contemplating getting their helmets. Yes, they are. Carl Villalba is taking off his. And the skipper Wilson will run out with the helmets for Villalba and Phillip.
Well, the thing is that Villalba, he would have seen Harbin and Ramdullah struggle against the short ball from Wells. And Wells is pretty capable of getting that ball to get some life out of this pitch, pitching it in a little bit short. He likes to start off to get his line and length first before he starts exploring the batsman's possible weaknesses against the shorter delivery. So, but certainly a good move to get the helmet out because not the easiest of pitches to bat on here.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how we adjust here, as we actually do see a pitch invader coming across the pitch. It's just a lovely little dog making his way into the square leg region. But Wells hasn't bowled since his 7th over. 23 overs are passed in the game. So it'll be interesting to see if he maintains that that line and length, his consistency that he exhibited so early, so well on in the game.
He's bowling to the left-handed Phillip here, and he bowled well to the left-handers earlier in the Barataria ball players' innings. So let's see if he can continue to do that against the left-handed Phillip. But there is a bit of a change in the field. The fine leg has come. Let's see where they're going to have him. Halfway up the boundary, which is not terribly far. One of the reasons they can't use the 30-meter circle here, because there's not precious little room outside of it in some parts. Goes for the big hit. That's well hit, and that's wide. Oh. That's wide of the of the long on field, and that's gone for 4.
Yeah, really lovely shot there. That's a wonderful shot. Bit of a loosener maybe from Wells. Just a little bit wide, maybe that 5th stump line. Fetched quite nicely by Phillip, you have to say. Went high, but luckily he got the distance on it as well. 14 or 15. It's been a lovely little inning so far from Marlon Phillip. He's come on and supported Villalba quite nicely after the loss of 2 quick wickets. Kevish John for 50 and Joey Samuel for 2. Flashing at this one outside the off stump there. That was a good full delivery there from Wells. He's starting to adjust his line. As you can see there, Video Rampal, he's just stretching his arms a little bit because, as I mentioned, he hasn't bowled since the 7th over. Yeah. I'm stiff breeze there, throwing my pen across the table. Video Rampal with the quick reflexes to get it back to me.
Did bowl well against the left-handers, bowling round the wicket. Might consider changing that angle a little bit.
Phillips flashes this one down to long off. And there's a misfield there. It won't. Will it get to the boundary? No, but Phillips will get a second.
Well, what he did well, Andrew, is that he got his body behind the ball so that even though it hit his knee and it got away from him, it went forward rather than going through his legs and past him for 4.
Yeah, he was able to push it a little wider, so he didn't get past him, as you quite rightly said. It's good to see that Phillips is starting to take the attack here to Wells. They're not allowing the tall fast bowler to settle. He's a really tall fellow. This one he flicks high in the air. Square leg is running around. It'll fall just in front of him, and they'll come back for 2 there. Really, really high in the air. You can see what Phillips is trying to do. He's trying to free his hands. Actually, he may have been struck on the hand a little bit because he's dropped his bat there. I don't know if he's going to take off his glove. No, he seems to be fine.
No, it is more disappointment that he didn't pick up 6. He was hoping to really hit that one, to flick that one into the high over the mid-wicket boundary, but not able to get the contact he wanted.
A little bit of extra pace there from Dion Wells, probably a little bit of extra bounce here. But equipping himself quite well is Phillips so far. Plays this one nicely square. That's really good batting here. He'll get a single there. Are they looking at a second? No, Villalba is not interested. But he's a busy little batter here, is Marlon Phillip. Not afraid to take his chances, not afraid to use those wrists. He seems to have really good wrists as well, Video Rampal.
Well, he's now starting to go for the more explosive shots. Earlier, it was just about angling the bat, getting the ball into the gaps, which he's still doing when he can't get the big shots off. But he has essayed a few hits over the leg side. And he is playing the ideal role here for Barataria ball players.
Yeah, the backup fiddle to Villalba. Let's see how Villalba manages now. 1 delivery left in this over. Turned it nicely past into the square region on the offside, and will get a single. He will actually pinch the strike. And at the end of 31, it's 162 for 4. That run rate going up to 5.23. It's going in the right direction for Barataria ball players.
Yeah, the Barataria ball players just starting to accelerate here. We talked about they would like to have 6 runs and over, and certainly this area known a lot for its musical talent. The Lara brothers And these aren't the Lara brothers, of course, but there is a quattro out there, and there's a flute. And a nice hat to go with it, Andrew. You'd look pretty good in one of those.
I'm not sure if I could pull off that color though, video Rampal. Maybe a black bag for me.
Yeah. A little bit of parang taking place here, just in front of us, here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground.
Yearwood will continue from the southern end in the action that's on the ground as opposed to the action that's off the ground. And the president of the North Zone Cricket Council, Mr. Winston Sobers, is getting a little videos. Of course, for the socials, as they like to say, video. Hashtag North Zone Cricket.
Yeah, that certainly would be the hashtag.
Yeah, we'll continue. 2 for 19 or 4 overs. Big swing there. And I think he has actually been bowled there. I think that is the end of Villalba. And Yearwood called it there. Let's have a look at this one video.
Yeah, it was a little bit, we were wondering if the keeper's glove had actually taken the bails off, but Villalba certainly would have heard the death rattle behind him, and he knows that he is gone. So Carl Villalba's innings of 55 has gone, and once again it is that man Yearwood who has been able to take the wicket for them.
Unfortunate loss at a really bad time here for Barataria ball players. And that looks like Vaughan Brown who's coming out here. Winston Sobers getting a picture of Villalba. It's been an excellent innings from him. 55 off 60, but again, at an inopportune time. But you can understand why he was trying to force the issue and pressure the issue. But Yearwood has really good control over his bowling. Maybe wasn't the right bowler to try that. Maybe let him spot him for a couple deliveries or so from Philip. Vaughan Brown is the new batter coming in at number 7 here. So you'll have to see how Brown and Philip equip themselves here. But that was a good little partnership there between them.
Yeah, so
it was 38 runs, I believe.
38 runs, and it was Philip that got 19, exactly half of them. So Philip dominating that partnership because there were some extras in there. So Philip was the one who was doing the majority of the heavy lifting in that partnership. So he is just, that's good because there was a change in the balance of the way those two batters were attacking the police bowlers. So if Philip is still there, he's in attacking mode. It can allow Brown to play himself in and not feel the pressure because Philip is certainly firing it. He's starting to now fire at all cylinders.
Well, Yearwood will have a chance to bowl to the new batter, and let's see what Yearwood can accomplish. 3 for 19 or 4.1. Pulled into the air, just over the head of mid-on, and Brown will get off the strike with a single. So he's really not. He's decided not to mess around from ball 1.
Well, we were asking Justin Joseph earlier if any of the policemen on your team know that you have a nickname, Chobo. And he said, yeah, they all know it. And we heard the keeper say, take that catch, Chobo. So the cat is out of the bag. They certainly do know that nickname that he's had since he's been playing under 13 cricket when we first saw him just about 13 years ago.
Yeah, good performance behind the stumps by the keeper, Caron Simmons. Been very vocal. Dancing up the pitch there. Shouts of catch it, but there's nothing doing there as Philip can only play that off into the extra cover region. Wells trotting around very quickly to take up that one. Be interesting to see what happens towards the end of this innings here. Yearwood, the stranglehold, that's up in the air, but that's cut through nicely to the cover region. Well, they push for 2. Philip wants 2. Brown is a ball watching a little bit there. The fielder had some distance to cover, but again, as you mentioned, the video, the odd shape of this ground meant that the 2 wasn't really on there. And I think that is the end of the over. No, there's 1 delivery left. There are 2 deliveries left in the over.
Oh, we were talking about the parang earlier, and remember, this area is also famous for the Lara brothers. Antonio.
Good delivery there from Yearwood, tucking up Mr. Brown.
Antonio, Tito, Willie, Victor, and their father Ignacio forming the Lara brothers, naming the band after their mother Lena Lara. And don't forget, there is a Lara playing in this match. Pancho Lara.
Yeah, we're to continue. Last delivery of the 5th over. Big swing, and that's missed everything. Good job from the Simmons. That didn't get through. Yearwood really wears his arm on his sleeve here. Video, talk us through this one.
Well, this is a wild swipe here by Brown, who hasn't quite come to terms with his role. And yeah, it was comfortably missing the stumps, but Yearwood a bit excited, trying to get into the minds of the batsman. But that certainly was not the type of shot you would expect from Brown at this time.
164 for 5 after 32. That run rate 5.12, 8 overs left. That's 48 deliveries. If they can get past at least the 200 mark, that will at least be a nice little moral victory here for the Barataria ball players. Vidya Ramphal was saying that 220, 240 would be the benchmark. Not sure if they can get up to that from here. That would be quite an explosive batting end there.
Well, if they get 6 and over from here, that's 48 runs. So that should take them over the 200 mark comfortably. So that's still a good distance away. They'll have to bat out of their skins to get anywhere up to 240. So I think if they were to get maybe 220 or so, I think they might be a bit happier with that.
A really good ploy here from Justin Joseph. He's brought back Damian Brown. 1 for 19 on 5 overs. One of the better bowlers on show today. And he immediately starts on point. This will be a new challenge here for Marlon Phillip. And of course, Vaughan Brown, he's just come to the crease, so he'll have a lot to deal with as well. Going for the big swing, dribbling up the pitch. Brown is quick. We know he's quick across the field, and he's quick across the pitch as well. There was no chance of a run there.
More of a medium pace than really a leg spinner for Brown at the moment. He's just firing them in.
Using that angle as well. That one was wide though. Didn't get the angle right on that one.
Yeah, well, that one you could see he was trying to spin that one, just tossing it up, giving it a little bit of air. It spun, but he started it too wide of the off stump.
This one is dribbled into the leg side, trying with that big sweep. The kick by the keeper to the fielder, and the fielder tripping over the ball. It's all happening here, but at the end of it, it's just a single.
Well, the keeper was trying to kick it to the man in front of him, and tell you what, he almost scored an own goal, because had that not been touched by the fielder, that would have run past him and it could have cost him a couple of runs.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't a back pass. He more kicked it as a full-blooded drive, hoping to find the corner of the net.
As they call it, a topi, I think is the appropriate term. Brown to Brown. And it's a wild swipe from Brown. It gets past the field, and that will run away for 4. We will wait for the signal from the umpires. 4 by. It's fortuitous 4 by Brown, off Brown.
Well, that will be something to see if Brown dismisses Brown. That was the end product of it. And once it gets past the keeper here, you're not going to catch that. Fine leg would have struggled to pull that in.
Well, you know what they say, Vidya, 2 Browns don't make it bright. Vidya is not going to acknowledge that one. That one was horrible. I apologize in advance and for feature puns. As Brown to Brown continues, this one's high in the air. This has gone high, hard, handsome. 6. Gonzalez stares at that one. Brown got a hold of that one. Brown is not going to feel happy about that one, but it's 6 nevertheless.
Well, they're definitely going to have to get another ball out there, because that one cleared the entire field. That one was out of here. And there are some houses away on that side of the field, and nobody's going to catch that ball, get that one back. In fact, Gonzalez, who was on the boundary, hadn't even attempted to go and get it, because that one cleared the field, it cleared the drain behind it, and there are some houses in that area. So there's the replacement ball, has already been brought out.
And this would actually be the 3rd replacement ball, I think.
Yeah, because I don't know if we're keeping stats on that, but that is definitely the 4th 6 to be hit in that region.
Yeah, that really was a towering shot from Vaughan Brown. It really woke up the Barataria ball players, fans as well, as there's a good smattering of a crowd coming in here, building up nicely.
And as the evening it gets cooler. It is a Sunday evening, and as it gets cooler throughout the evening, I'm sure we'll see more and more fans come here after they've had their Sunday afternoon siesta.
And whatever Mother's Day celebrations as well. 176 for 5 Barataria. One delivery left in the 33rd. Let's see what Vaughan Brown does again. He carves this one over extra cover. Fielder jumping there. They'll come back for 2. Villalva is running hard. He should reach. He gets to the danger, and that was actually, it was almost touch and go there. As the ball dribbled in, the umpire had to allow himself to be nutmegged. It's all happening here. 178 for 5 after 34 Barataria ball players. After 33, my apologies.
Philip on 20 of 24 deliveries, and Brown has been busy. 13 of 6 already. He has a 6, well, he's essaying some huge swipes here, mostly towards the leg side. So they're going to have to adjust their line to when they're bowling to Brown. You're going to have to go a hard length and try to slant it across him. And it'll be interesting to see how he faces up to Yearwood. Yearwood has been a dangerous bowler for the police team today. 3 wickets already. And just to keep an eye on how Yearwood has gone so far. 5 overs, 3 for 21. So he has conceded less than the run rate, which is 5.39, and his economy rate 4.2. So he has done his job for his team.
Yearwood will continue. 3 for 21, the pick of the bowlers. Getting rid of the 2 danger batsmen, you have to say, Kevish John and Carl Villalva. Just after they had gotten to their 50s, which would be disappointing for them as well. Big swing here by Phillip. He'll get that down square. Gonzalez will come down in the region. It will come down from the mid-wicket region, I should say. And they'll come back for a comfortable 2.
So it is happy hour here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground. 180 for 5. And Vaughan has been sent out with a very, very simple remit. Hit everything you can. While he allows Phillip as the set batsman to stay in there and allow the others to bat around him.
Yep, throw the kitchen sink and everything at it. Everything else. Phillip dances up the pitch. He tonks that into the mid-wicket region, and that will pick the 2 fielders there. There's one at cow corner and one at a deep square leg. And Phillip picked that gap to perfection. That's a wonderful 4. A bit agricultural, but effective nevertheless.
Yeah, no problems with that shot indeed. He came down the track, he got to the pitch of it, and then picked his spot well. Now those 2 fielders are maybe about 20 meters apart, and he got it exactly in between them, and that was the essence of getting that boundary.
Goes high again, and this one is more into the regulation cow corner. Wells won't come around. This is excellent batting by Phillip. The Barataria ball players are enjoying it, and the run rate has gone shot to 5.52. Even Yearwood is rattled here.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Much better shot here from Phillip. The first one was fine. This one, he actually went down the slog sweep in front of square, and the man Wells had to go to his right this time, and he wasn't able to even get close to it. He's got a good athlete, Wells.
Dancing up the pitch again. It goes straight. Dead straight. That's a towering 6. Marlon Phillip is enjoying himself. He's come to the party. Barataria ball players on a roll, and their fans are on their feet.
And this assault by Marlon Phillip was coming. He was looking very confident. He looked positive from the get-go. From the moment he came to the track, he looked pretty positive. And now, what he's done here, the most dangerous bowler for the police team, he is taking him apart in this over.
20 runs already. What can Marlon Phillip do now? And he'll just turn that one to the square leg region. Will they come back for 2? Marlon Phillip might be happy to just get the single. And he's raced the 37 of 29. That run rate up to 5.76. Barataria closing in on that 200 mark. And this video, Ramphal, seems to be a real shift in momentum here.
Huge shift in momentum, and we saw 2 wickets go down within the space of 7 runs. And then there was a slight recovery with a 38-run partnership between Phillips and Villalva. When Villalva went, Phillip just took over the control of the proceedings there. And facing up to the 11 players from the police team, he is dictating terms at the moment.
Yeah, to continue. Brown goes high in the air. This one is coming around. He was licensed to swing at everything, but unfortunately, that one only bubbles up to mid-wicket. That's the end of Owen Brown. It's been a lovely little cameo from him. Barataria lose their 6th at 195. Yearwood gets his 4th, actually. It's 195 for 6 after 34.
Yeah, 195 for 6. He took he took a few blows in that over. Yearwood, a couple of boundaries and a 6 at the hands of Marlon Phillip. But the other man in, who's just come in, Vaughan Brown, couldn't repeat the dose, and he is gone. Vaughan Yearwood 4 for 38 now in the finals, and you really can't fault the effort here by the police off spinner.
Yeah, licensed to throw everything at it. Hit it quite well for a little bit, 13 off 7. But I also feel like it wasn't necessary, Vidya Rampal, that last delivery. You'd already gotten some like 28, 29 runs off that over. Maybe it would have been good to just block it and ensure that that Phillip is on strike for the next delivery, or at least try to get 2. So you get 2 runs and make sure that Phillip is on strike for the next delivery. And number 17 comes out. That Mr. Zeddy Lord in the number 8 position here for the Barataria ball players.
So 195 for 6 had Brown stayed in and continued along his merry way. They could have actually gotten close to the 220. Now with 6 overs to go, if you get 6 and over, that's 36 runs, so they can still get in the region of 36. But as you notice, the scoring rate is now ticking up towards that 6 run and over mark. So they are trending upwards in that way. So these two, the last 2 batsmen did a great job, as did Villalba and Phillip. But the common denominator has been Phillip. His cameo here, 37 of 29. He needs to stay and bat out the innings. If he can bat out the innings, Barataria might be coming out here with a score in the region of 250, 260.
Dion Wells will continue. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 24, so 3 overs left. Zeddy Lord has just come out, and he's come back out to get his helmet. So there'll be adjustment there. Marlon Phillip is in the zone there, 37 of 29. It's been a really, really good innings here. If you look at the bowling, we have 2 overs left from Damian Brown. Justin Joseph also has 2 overs left. Brian Christmas has 5. Bisai has 4 overs left. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him maybe to try to close off the innings with Wells. Now Wells has 3, so he might bowl 3 of the final 6. Be interesting to see how Joseph shuffles his pack to bowl the other 3. Wells actually went for some good runs in his last over, so we'll see how he comes about this one. That's a lovely shot there. Leant back and cracked into the square region. They're coming back for 2. They're hustling for the 2. Ball bounced awkwardly for Gonzalez. The throw was a little bit wide. And in the end, another comfortable 2 for Marlon Phillip.
Well, the problem there was for Gonzalez is that the ball, he put out the long barrier and it rode up his knee and struck him squarely in the jaw. Now, which is never good if you know how a cricket ball can hit. And he just seemed to be stunned for a moment. Took him a second or so to pick the ball up, and that's why the 2 batters decided to go through for the second run. Plus, Phillip wanted to get back on strike.
Hopefully Gonzalez isn't injured by that. Giving himself some room again. Trying for the big hook pull shot there, but not getting anything on that one. That delivery died as it went to the keeper as well.
There's a fielder at the deep mid-wicket position, so if he had actually pulled that around behind square, that would have been an easy 4. So that's why he uttered that groan after, as if to suggest I missed out on what should have been a boundary.
Hopefully he stays true to his shape here, Marlon Phillip, because his batting has been very, very clean, very, very clinical. Of course, shorter forms of the game, you do get inventive, dancing up the pitch a little bit. Drives this one into the cover region. It's more conventional for Gonzalez. The long barrier comes off and bounces off his leg, and he'll just get a single here. Zeddy Lord will be well advised to just get a single and get Mr. Phillip back on strike.
Lord, another left-hander, number 17 on his back. And what's his approach going to be here? The approach of the last batsman, Brown. He was sent in with a remit to hit everything that he could Lord might need to take a couple of deliveries just to get the feel of the pitch here. 5.3 overs to go, so he can allow himself maybe a couple of balls to get a sighter.
Wells to continue. Certainly one of the fastest and tallest bowlers on the police side. This time he swings. It's up in the air. Lord goes for it first time, and the catch is taken. That's the end of Zadie Lord. He hasn't troubled the scorers. It's a first ball duck, a golden duck, and Barataria ball players lose their 7th wicket. They're 198 for 7, starting to slip and lose a little bit of this momentum here, while Marlon Phillip is going great guns on the other end.
Yeah, so Lord is gone, and the sound effects behind us sound like Scrooge McDuck in a rage. And so the Lord Zone have come out with all of the sound effects here today, but you can't blame Lord for anything there, because he was sent out there to hit everything and allow Phillip to take more of the risk on the other, to take some risks also on the other side. So we shall not take the name of Lord in vain.
Well said, sir. Well said, sir. Amen, Mr. Rampal. The captain for the Barataria ball players comes out. That's Mr. Deron Wilson. We'll have to see if the tactics change, because at this stage, the Barataria ball players, after doing so well, they won't want to get bowled out. They will want to use up all 40 overs, all 240 legal deliveries available to them. So maybe, let's see if Wilson will, and he's batting without a helmet actually, helmet and glasses here. Has 2 deliveries left in this Dion Wells over. And he does really good there. Good cricket there. Just touches down and gets the single in. 199 for 7. They're closing in on that 200 mark. So if Phillip gets a run off this last over, it'll be well placed in the next over.
So being told that the cutoff time for the innings is 3 o'clock, so they might very well have to end it off right at this point. Barataria will have should be having their full complement of 30 overs. It's not their fault that they haven't bowled the 30 overs. So 199 for 7. The full complement of 5 overs, correction.
Giving himself some room, getting it past the bowler. That'll be 200. And they'll come back for second. Yes, good running there by Wilson. He's pushing it hard. Phillip putting in the slide and getting in. That'll be 201 at the end of 35. And he's actually coming off, I think, there. That might be the cutoff time. Yes, that's correct, Vidya Rampal. They'll cut off at 35 overs. And it's been a really excellent innings by Marlon Phillip. 42 of 33 to drag the Barataria ball players to 201 for 7.
Is it going to be enough, though, for this police team? They have a batting lineup that has chased down many bigger totals this season. But 201 for 5 in their 35 overs. Well, they went along at a scoring rate of 7.4. So I think Barataria players will be happy with this performance. They may have felt 220 or so was where they would love to be at this point in the innings. But this is not going to be an easy chase here for police. Police will have to get a good start. They'll have to maintain wickets, and they'll have to keep their composure here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground, also the home of the Brian Lara grounds and the basketball court.
And just to go through the bowling, and Vidya Rampal will go through the batting for you. Dion Wells, 6 overs, 2 for 30. Aaron Francois, 4 overs, none for 80. Good bowling from him. Damian Brown, 6 overs, 1 for 28. Excellent bowling from him. Justin Joseph, a little bit expensive, 6 overs, none for 31. Brian Christmas, it hasn't been the best Christmas for him. 3 overs, none for 24. Darius Bisai was excellent, 4 overs, none for 16. And the pick of the bowlers, even though he went for a little bit at the end, Brian Yearwood, 6 overs, 4 for 38. Excellent bowling from him.
And among the batters are really the innings of significance. 55 for Carl Villalba, 50 for Kevis John, and Marlon Phillips's excellent 42 of 33 deliveries, 4 fours and a 6. And as a result, the Barataria ball players have gotten up to 201 for 7 in 35 overs. We've reached the cutoff time. Police will be chasing their runs next.
Yes, we will take a short break and be back in about 35 or 40 minutes as the police require 202 for victory. Welcome back to the Brian Lauer Recreation Ground as the police required 202 from 210 deliveries. It's a 35 over game. The cutoff time was 3 o'clock. According to President of the North Zone Cricket Council, the only way the second team would have had 40 overs at their disposal is if they had bowled out the Barataria ball players, but they got to 201 for 7 of 35 overs. Andrew Chan in your company. The two opening batters, Brandon Yearwood, who bowled quite brilliantly earlier today, and Scraper, wearing the number 29, that's Brandon Ramdial, but he has Scraper on his back. Andrew Chan in your company, as I mentioned, alongside Mr. Vidya Ramphal. Good afternoon, Vidya. How do you see this one going down?
Yeah, this is going to be a good afternoon to you once again and to everyone. This is going to be a very difficult chase here for the police. And with Yearwood starting off, his confidence is high at the moment, 4 for 38. And Ramdial has been in good form at the other end. These two, if they are able to get a good partnership here, a good foundation, a solid foundation for police, we could see police getting away to victory here. But it really is police, hopefully, as favorites.
Joey Samuel with the first delivery. It's a good Yorker length delivery, well dug out by Yearwood. And there's no run. The police started strongly in their bowling. If I just look back at my comparison here, after 6 overs, the Barataria ball players were only 14 for 1. So, of course, both teams would want to start strongly here, but that's the understatement of the millennium, as Vidya Ramphal will probably tell me shortly. Samuel to continue. Tucked up, and they'll get their first run. Well turned into the leg side there by Yearwood. One slip and a gully in place. Long off, long mid-on. Mid-on seems to be going back to the boundary. No, well, it will be... Yes, he is going back to the boundary. So long on is going back. Mid-off is coming back in. And then the fielder that was on extra cover, or the deep cover boundary, is coming in halfway up the ropes as the mid-wicket goes out. Your thoughts on this field video?
Well, taking a look at the field, pretty much from what we saw from the Barataria, well, the police when they were in the field, one slip and a gully in place. There is a short third man, with just one player, well, 2 players on the boundary. Certainly a little bit more defensive than what we saw from the police at the start, but not much. They had a slip in place and a gully. Here it's not a gully, but actually a short third man, as Scraper will look away to his right and see him.
That's Brandon Ramdial, his government name, as they like to say. Scraper on his back, and he'll face up to Joey Samuel. Push nicely into the leg side, but there's no run. The required run rate of 5.83, so it's already a stiff start here required by the police if they're going to chase down this total. 201 for 7 Barataria ball players. It would have been interesting to see what would have happened in those last 5 overs had we not reached the cutoff time. Bit of freedom there, bit of width there. Flashing at that one was Scraper. Well taken by the keeper low down.
Well, just to take a run through the Barataria ball players' innings. 2 half centuries, one by Vialva, the other by Cavis John, a 42 not out by Marlon Phillip. And certainly Barataria ball players have shown police here exactly how to play on this pitch.
A shorter delivery, well played, well ridden by Ramdale. Played that out into the gully, the point region, and there is no run. It bounced a little bit there on him that one, Ramdial.
Rode the bounce well. With his height, it was made it a lot easier for him to deal with that. Plus, he has a fair amount of skill with the bat to deal with it, and he's had a pretty good season.
Samuel, good over so far. He's going to finish off strongly. This one, it's driven nicely through the extra cover region. And that will run away to the boundary for 4. Unfortunately, Samuel lets loose on that last delivery of the over.
Well, Ramdial just hit through the line of that one and picks up a boundary. Almost went for 6 there over extra cover. It just shows you how good form he's in. Only his 4th delivery faced, and almost found the ropes there with his 4 delivery faced over extra cover. Not one of the easier shots to play.
5 without loss to Police after their first over. We'll see who will bowl from the southern end of the ground. It looks to be Carl Villalba. Yeah, Carl Villalba is getting the ball. Will bowl from the southern end. One of the half centurions earlier today came in at number 3. Really played an excellent anchor role for quite a long time before getting out towards the end of the innings. 55 off 60, so if he can get a couple early wickets here, he certainly put himself in contention for man of the match. But he certainly is a very capable all-rounder, is Carl Villalba.
Villalba has taken quite a few wickets. There was one match in which he took 7 wickets, so he is in good form with the ball. And as we saw, a fine attacking batsman.
Driven nicely to the extra cover region. That's stand and deliver stuff from Yearwood. All along the ground, that's a conventional cricket shot. Screams across the turf into the extra cover boundary. That's 4 runs. Listener to start from Villalba.
Yeah, too much width on offer and not the right length. Easy there for Yearwood to just clobber that one through the extra cover region for 4. And this is already Police showing off that they have come out there with a very positive mindset. And they will be difficult to dislodge here. So they can't let this go on for too long, Barataria ball players. They'll have to make some early inroads here if they have to get back, get a sniff of winning this game.
Yeah, the Police are on patrol. They want to prevent a state of emergency within their ranks. Yearwood settles again. Let's see if Villalba can get this one to touchdown. Does get it to touchdown, but he carves it over square. That's a lovely opening shot by Yearwood, and just open up the face over square into the deep point boundary for 4.
Well, the first one was played through extra cover. This one, there was some width on offer, and he went with it, just lifted over the infield, and there was only going to be one result, and that was going to run away for 4. So 3 boundaries off the 4 scoring shots so far. 3 of them have been boundaries. So Yearwood and Brandon Ramdial have come out here, and they have made their intentions very clear. We are going to try to wrest back the psychological advantage there, because Barataria, with that score of 201 for 5, that is not an easy score on this pitch at all.
Villalba to continue. Let's see how he can recover from that. And this time Yearwood goes over deep extra cover. That will go into the boundary for 4. We'll have to see if the DJ will play the siren again to signal the Police on the march.
Yeah, the Police are certainly on the march, and more so Yearwood, but that's not great bowling there from Villalba this time. 3 over pitch deliveries, and all 3 of them have gone for 4 runs. And the third one there, just over pitch outside the off stump, lifted it over extra cover. And the captain has had a fielder on that deep mid-wicket boundary, and now he's put the sweeper out. I don't think that's going to affect Yearwood, because he seems quite adept. He's hit a couple in front of square, he's hit one behind square. He's just going to wait a little bit if he gets one full and play it behind square for another boundary.
How can Villalba respond here? And he goes straight back over the bowler. That's over wide mid-off. He just sat back that Yearwood and rocked back and hit that one baseball style. This is not good bowling from Villalba. All of a sudden the Police have all the momentum in this game. Wide again.
And the momentum has been, sometimes it's given to the other team, but then other times it's just taken away. And right now the momentum has been taken away by Brandon Yearwood. 17 of 6 deliveries, and as you can see there, 4 consecutive 4s.
Finally gets it on target, Villalba. Exaggerated forward defense from there from Yearwood.
Well, that's what you really have to do. You have to attack the stumps here. All of the bowlers who've kept the runs down, including Jarius Bisai, who was expecting to bowl more, have done exactly that.
Tightening him up a little bit there, maybe drifting down to the leg side. Finishes strongly, Villalba, after being tongued for 16. But Police, 21 without loss after 2.
So good start here from the police, and those two look pretty happy with their handiwork so far. Ramdial and Yearwood. Yearwood 4 boundaries in the over. Villalva actually hit one of the last ball of the previous over. So you look back and those were 5 consecutive boundaries by the police batsmen here. So they, if you had no idea what they were coming to do, you certainly see what their intentions are now.
Yeah, Yearwood has gone to rocketed to 17 off 8. Brandon Ramdale, not bad so far, 4-4. I think just playing the supporting role here. As Joey Samuel continues, first over wasn't too bad at all, none for 5. But Brandon Yearwood is in a mood here. Brian Yearwood, my apologies. I keep saying Brandon. But it's Brian Yearwood is in a mood here. And we'll see how long this mood lasts out in the middle. Police are already closing down that required run rate. It's 181 required of 198. And even I can figure out that they're going at 10 runs and over, just over 10 runs and over video, which isn't bad at all, 10.5 to be exact. Nice turn.
Oh,
that's flash down to the deep backward scale leg region, and that will run away close to the boundary for 4. Will the fielder stop it? I don't think he will. No, he will not. Yearwood marches on. That's another 4. 25 without loss, police. Is this going to be a doddle?
Well, police would certainly want to hope that is the case here. But that one is overpitched again, this time by Joey Samuel. And on the legs there, that's meat and drink for a batsman in form. And he just put that away easily, Brandon Ramdial, for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a Ramdial, my apologies, who played that lovely tickle. He's joining his partner Yearwood. See if Samuels can get it on the mark. And he does, but that's hit straight. And the fielder spills it at long off. At long on, and that'll be another 4. Back-to-back 4s for Brandon Ramdial. He's going to match Brian Yearwood. Shot for shot, 29 without loss.
Well, at the back of his shirt is the name Scraper. Is not scraping. He's just hitting the ball fluently. Really should have stopped that one. And even those 2 guys behind the side screen were saying, Senor, that should have been stopped.
Unfortunate little misfield here. And that's not what the Barataria ball players need at all. That required run rate dropping now to 5.3. Started off at about 5.7, 5.8.
Still, if a wicket were taken at this point, the scoring rate will start to rise once again. So they need wickets here, Barataria ball players, if they are to hold on to their title today.
Bit of a wide delivery there. No swing there from Ramdial. Nothing doing. So a red dot delivery, and they will appreciate that, ball players. Of course, if you can't take the wickets, you need to build pressure, Vidya Rampal, and they need to string together a couple overs that don't go for much, because the police are already, as we mentioned, ahead of this required run rate. 29 without loss after 2.3. Ramdial in that Pakistan green helmet. Yearwood on the other end in that red and black cap. Strengthening the field behind square on the offside here. The gully position comes in. Sweeper remains. Long on is still there. And no fielders behind square on the leg side, on the offside or the leg side. At least deep, at least in the deep positions. Cut nicely. And you'll get past the field at point. That will run into the boundary as well. The sweeper won't get that around. There's a bit of a half attempt there by Zeddy Lord. He just sort of fell over there, but well carved away by Brandon Ramdial. That's 4 more runs.
Yeah, too much wit on offer. So it's been a mixed bag here from the Barataria ball players. The first boundary here from Samuel, that was on the line of the leg stump, very full. This one was wide and a bit short outside the off stump, and another boundary.
Might have been a mixed bag for the Barataria ball players, but they're certainly giving the police a party bag with all the favors here. 33 without loss after 2.4. They really need to tighten up here. The Barataria ball players, management, team and supporters will not be happy with what they're seeing so far. And really need a wicket to arrest this momentum. Another shot, and that's carved behind square again. That's wonderful batting by Ramdial. He gets another 4 as well. He is matching Brian Harewood shot for shot. The police are continuing, marching on 33 without loss.
It's just an indisciplined bowling performance here from Barataria ball players. That's another short delivery and some more width, and Ramdial had enough time. There's not a lot of pace in the wicket, and he had enough time to play that behind square this time for 4 runs. So he went to the right of the fielder at backward point. This time he went way to his left, and the same result either time. So Ramdial, 4 boundaries in the over. Wow, what a performance from these two openers.
At 37 without loss, there's still 1 delivery left in the 3rd over. Can Samuel get something on strike, on line? Yes, he does. He gets a dot ball. And they will end the 3rd over at 37 without loss, the police. They have all the momentum with them. It's everything going there. 2 batters are going all guns blazing as we see a shot of the police supporting the police here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground.
Well, they're here to protect and serve. There have been some problems in the area, and I'm sure that with the spectators here happy to see the police, and I'm sure they're happy to see all their openers have started at the same time. And just looking on at the cricket and making sure that everything is going well here.
There's going to be a change in bowling immediately. Carl Vialva, who went for 16 in his first over, has been summarily replaced here by number 22, Vaughan Brown. So you can see that clearly the Barataria ball players' team management has rattled the Alva being replaced after 1 over. Vaughan Brown is in now. Zeddy Lord is in an extra cover position. They're trying to strengthen that area there because it seems that Yearwood likes to hit through that extra cover region. There's also that fielder, that sweeper position, who's I would say he's a deep extra cover. He's not very square at the moment. Maybe a little bit ahead of square, a little bit. This one is flicked nicely into long on, and Yearwood will get a sedate single. But of course, after that rollicking start, they can just knock the ball around with you.
Yeah, 4 boundaries in each of the last 2 overs here. And with the width, a lot of width on offer by both of the bowlers. And the punishment that was meted out, I think the 2 officers in the vehicle behind us might have been contemplating investigating their colleagues for something of a cricketing assault here.
Assault and battery indeed. The fielder from that deep extra cover position has come inside the circle here for Ramdial. The fielder out there at deep mid wicket remains on the leg side. There's a long on as well. Mid off is inside the circle, just on the edge of the circle. And there's one fielder at square leg on the leg side. A wide slip in place for Vaughan Brown. Turned nicely there by Ramdale. That's deft touch. That's very fine. That will run on to fine leg. They'll come back for 2. It slows up on the outfield there. The throw comes in, but it's a comfortable 2. Good cricket here. Really, really good cricket by these 2 opening batsmen. They've shown their power, and now they're showing their deft touch.
Well, not great cricket from the Barataria ball players, because that was another one where some width was offered on the leg side this time. I just leaned into it nicely, Ramdale, and picked up the double. And look at him. He has a strike rate of 200. Yearwood is not far away from that either. In fact, he's just under that.
Good push, and there's a no single there. Extravagant attempted throw, full through, and by Darren Wilson. He will not be happy with his team here. And it's a situation of how did the Barataria ball players go back to that. Just as appeal for a leg before, but that one's definitely going down to the leg side. But the Barataria ball players, how do you go back to the drawing board in the middle of a game, especially when you're being attacked at this level here, with 1 delivery left in the 4th over?
Well, they have to go back to discipline, go back to the basics here.
Just 1 here. Will that be just 1? Yes, it will be. And that's not a bad over at all by Vaughan Brown. It's gone for just 4. 41 without loss after the police. After 4, the police.
In the context of what happened in the previous 2 overs, 4 of this over is an excellent performance and a good start here from Brown. They'll need a lot more overs like that if they are to contain this runaway train called the police team at the moment. And police, this calculated assault that they have put towards the Barataria ball players has now given Barataria ball players a lot to think about. There is Joel Wilson, the ICC umpire, and here's an interesting factoid. He actually started his career in the North Zone, Joel Wilson, and he's actually bought lunch for all of these people, so that's the generosity of him. Joel Wilson started his career in the North Zone, and get this, his first game he actually umpired with Winston Sobers, who is right now the chairman of the North Zone.
Wow, that's really wonderful. Actually, it's interesting that you point out Joel Wilson, because on that first game, in the first game of this 40-over tournament, Joel Wilson was actually out in the middle. It really brought a sense of class to what is happening here. It's good to see that he's out there and he's giving back to where he started. So grassroots cricket is always wonderful to see. Philip, the destroyer and the batting destroyer for Barataria in their innings, with a well-played 42, unbeaten 42 of 33, will have to do some damage with the ball now as Ramdale settles. It's a good delivery to start, but they'll run the leg by, I think. We'll see. The throw comes in. Wait for the signal from the umpire. It is indeed a leg by. Good awareness from the batters here.
Yes, and Joel Wilson bringing lunch for everyone. I see you've been eyeing those picking up the lunches from Joel Wilson enviously. So we can give you a few minutes if you'd like to go across there.
No. I'm good. Mr. Sobers was nice enough to provide us with our own lunch, and I did enjoy it immensely. Although our producer Jason Prasad seems to need dessert as he tearing into a pack of cookies. That delivery bounce there. A good bounce there from Philip. Well played there by Yearwood, just turning it into the leg side where there was no close-in fielders.
You're too unkind to our producer Jason Prasad. He's not tearing into it. He elegantly just parted the pieces of paper that held the cookies there.
And that's an elegant thumbs up he's giving you. And that's an elegant extra cover drive there by Yearwood as well. That will run close to the boundary. He's looking at it, but the fielder gets around. And there's a tumble down there. And it's a good 2 runs. The stump mic there picking up the keeper calling for the backup. It's not bad from Philip so far. Barataria ball players will have to dig deep here. Yearwood trying for the deft single. Behind square on the leg side. Nothing doing.
Well, that's better from Harbin because the previous delivery, which was played in the region, they got the single because the fielder was basically on his back foot. This time, Harbin moved in very quickly and made the stop.
Holding his hands there, Isaiah Kane, his head in his hands. He really likes that one from Philip. This is an excellent over so far. Just 3 runs off it with the leg by included. Trying to free his hands there, and he'll get that through the fielder, the short mid on, but long on. There's the fielding mopping up, and another decent single here. 1 delivery left in the 5th. Oh, that is actually the conclusion of the 5th over. After 5 overs, the police are 45 without loss.
So police are going along at 9 and over at the moment, and certainly very big difference in the way that Barataria ball players went about their task. After 10 overs, they were 44 for 2. Police have already gone past that total and in half the overs.
It's been a rollicking start here to the police, here for the police. Yearwood settles. Vaughan Brown to continue from the southern end of the ground. Lovely breeze here, even though the sun is a little bit easier, of course, as it gets late in the day, but it's still bright outside. Good delivery by Brown to start, just keeping Yearwood quiet and honest.
Yeah, Brown's first over was the calm after the hurricane, And he's provided, continued to do that.
Good cricket again here. Tucking him up. Good support from the fielders.
Yeah, you just have to go back to the basics. You asked the question, which seemed to be rhetoric at the time, about how you deal with that sort of assault. You just have to go back to the basics, get things right, bowl that correct line and length.
And trying to invent something here. Brown just keeping it tight here against Yearwood. Trying to get on that back foot and carve through that square area and through that cover area that he seems to like Yearwood. Don't want to give him anything that can do it, that can allow him to free himself. Brown is not happy with his field placement of some sort. He's looking around at something.
Well, yeah, he's not happy because he's having a discussion with his captain, Wilson, and he was asking for the ball. I think he wants to hurry up with the overs, put the pressure on the police batsman.
This one is a bit short, and it's turned into the leg side. Good feeling by that fielder at the square leg position. Ramdial hustled for the single. He was sent back by Yearwood. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, I think he wants to hustle in and get those overs in quickly and put the pressure on the batsman. But his captain was just telling him, listen, just calm down, calm down. There are different ways of applying pressure. Yes, you have to calm yourself to get that internal calm to really execute your skills. On the other hand, you're trying to take that calm away from the batters.
And that's just over the head of the fielder, that extra cover. That will roast into the rope. If it was a slightly taller, maybe more agile fielder at that position, he might have been in the business here. But Yearwood gets fortuitous for here. Good struck firmly enough, but still a bit of a chancy shot there. Gets away with it, 49 without loss.
Well, Lord was the man in the way of that ball, and just over his hands. Would he have been able to get that? Well, at least, yeah, you can see how close it was. The bowler and the keeper jumping in unison. Looked like a part of Swan Lake there for a moment.
A good delivery by Brown to end it up. No, actually, yes, that is the end of the over. It's 49 without loss after 6.
So, great start from the police. They haven't lost a wicket after 6 overs, and they're on the cusp of 50. The required run rate, which was close to 6 it was 5.77 at the start, has now been cut down, sized down to 5.28. 153 from 170 balls, 74 balls. Nothing wrong with that. They are able to chase this down. And if they keep on picking up boundaries as they were frequently, as they were doing so earlier, it's going to be a short match.
Yeah, just to give our viewers a comparison, at the same stage, Barataria ball players were actually 14 for 1. So anybody can see that the police have the clear advantage at this stage. Marlon Phillip bowled a good last over, just went for 4 runs. So he's going to follow up, or 3 runs actually. Well, 3 runs on a leg by. So we'll see if he can follow up this second over. Ramdial, really the enforcer here, 23 of 16. See how he approaches this over.
Yeah, the police have come out in this first 6 overs, and they've done something that police don't usually do. They have declared war on the opposition.
Yeah. Protecting and serving their team with pride for sure. But it's been a good batting. You have to say, clever batting. That's a lovely shot through the extra cover region. That will run very close to the rope. Rocking back on the back foot there was Ramdial, carving that one through extra cover region all along the turf, and the siren goes off from the DJ once again. That's the 50 up for the police in the 7th over. It's a rollicking romp here by the police.
38 balls the 50 has come up of, and Ramdial very strong outside of the off stump, and that one wasn't actually that short, but he's in such great form. He got high onto that back foot and punched that away for 4. Well-timed shot by Brandon Ramdial. It just tells you about the confidence that he has. They came into this game chasing 202 into this innings, 202 for victory. And they're making this look very easy at the moment, but it's still a long way to go. 149 runs, still time here for Barataria ball players to pull things back.
It's been a really, really good partnership by them. It's a 50-run partnership between them as well, obviously, with the loss of no wickets. But they've shown their deft touches as well, and it's been genuine cricket shots. Both of them seem to favor the cover and extra cover region. This one, he hits that one nicely wide of long on. Long on will come around, fall over, but stop the boundary, and they'll just get a single. So the strike changes over. And Yearwood has been a little bit quiet as Ramdale has set the rollicking pace, but they were matching each other stroke for stroke in back-to-back overs. They both hit four fours of consecutive bowlers. But I'm enjoying the deft touch and taking the singles, which is something that Barataria ball players weren't so adept at in their innings.
Stop it.
Well, the destination of this title, where is this going to go? Is it going to stay with Barataria ball players, or will Police be taking their second title of the season? They took the league title already. Will they now add the 40 over to it?
That's a lovely shot through the covers again. Square of the wicket, the fielder comes around, and there'll just be a single there. But good batting.
Well, across in Spain, we certainly know where the title is going, to one team called Barcelona, leading Espanyol 3-0. Lewandowski a double and in that game, and Barcelona, a win here could give them the title.
Philip to continue. And again, Ramdale is trying to get that, turn that into the leg side for a single. Won't get anything there. 55 without loss after 7.
So at the end of over number 7, Police got 55 without loss in pursuit of 202 for victory against Barataria players here.
Barcelona might be closing in on the La Liga title, but there's of course still the small matter of Real Madrid versus Manchester City in the second leg of the Champions League semi-final. Vidya Rampal. Yeah. I know you're not a betting man, but where are you going on that one?
Gambling is one thing. Gambling is when there is uncertainty. However, when you're certain that Real Madrid are going to be beaten, well, then that's not gambling, would it be?
Supporting the red side of Manchester over the sky blue every day. I mean, to me, I like to see Pep Guardiola get taken down, always taken down a notch in the Champions League for sure.
Well, I think that's the only thing you and Jason Passar agree on, that Manchester City should lose in that game. Jason, our technical director, is as usual ignoring us as we try to talk about everything except for the cricket. But back at the cricket here, 55 without loss. And Brown, 2 overs for 8 runs. It's his over that stemmed the tide and that magnificent assault by the Police earlier here. And let's see if Yearwood, who was starting to look a little bit impatient, can they chip away at this Police lineup and get him out?
Could be interesting over, and he goes high, he goes hard, and he goes handsome. He looses the shackles. The Police won't be under any lockdown there. Brown has been welcomed back with a 6. A towering 6 from Yearwood, who frees his hands at finally.
Yeah, that one was in the slot, and Yearwood is in such good form. He hit that one straight as an arrow. And tell you what, that's exactly where the police car was a couple of minutes ago. There they are. They're leaving the field just to the right of your picture. They're on that road to the right of the ground. And I think they've seen enough. They know that their team is going to win this one.
Yeah, well, of course, they'll have their CB radio so they could broadcast it to the entire Trinidad and Tobago police service. Good afternoon. A pleasant good afternoon to our hard-working police officers out there.
Yes, definitely. And definitely, I mean, they are serious matters, that far more serious matters. I mean, cricket is the most important of the unimportant things in life.
Yep. And a special good afternoon to all those police officers who also cover the dual role of being a mother as well. Deft touch there by Yearwood. He turns that down nicely into the fine third man era. That will run away for another 4. Excellent batting here. It really is going to be a doddle here for the Police if these 2 batters continue here as they race on to 65 without loss.
Oh, that's lovely. We've seen some expansive drives from him. We've seen a couple of very good cuts, but this one was very, very late indeed, and showing that he does possess another side, the more nuanced approach, the subtle approach to his game. That was a fine shot for 4.
If he has a cricketer who was a barber, that certainly would be a very lovely mark he'd be getting there. Very sharp mark indeed. Von Braun he's trying to make some adjustment in his field, but I don't think it'll make much difference here. Good delivery to follow up here, tucking up Yearwood, no run. But again, at this stage, the run rate now dropping below 5 runs and over. No real worries here for the police once they continue along this way. See what Brown does, and this one is driven straight. Will the fielders cut it off? No! It's in between long on and long off. Picked that gap, threaded that gap beautifully there. 69 without loss. Another 4 here for Yearwood.
They are by second. The fielders, I don't think they're working forensic right now. I don't think they open up anything. Okay, they say advancing ball players.
The ball players are really rattled here.
Continue to put their feet on their throat. Remember, if they can't breathe, I'm not going to get any legal action being taken against me. Let the man breathe. It's not good.
One thing you can expect from a police officer is not to play any games, and they're certainly not playing any games with this chase here. Vidya Ramphal, Yearwood and Ramdale matching each other stroke for stroke. After that opening salvo, they seem to settle down, quiet down a little bit, but they decided to rattle Von Braun in this over, and he has been really tonked about here. 14 runs already. If you consider that at the start of this over, he had bowled 2 overs for just 8 runs. And Barataria ball players have a lot to think about here.
69 for 1. Well, yeah, a lot, more than a lot to think about at the moment, because this has been a calculated assault here from the police, and the tactics have worked well. They've rattled the opposition.
And that will be the last ball of the 8th over. The police have progressed to 69 without loss after that 8 overs. Vidya Ramphal is really enjoying this partnership here between Brandon Ramdale and Brian Yearwood. And I guess as a neutral, you really would enjoy it as well. And there's a shot of the trophy there. You would say the police maybe don't have one hand on it yet, but they certainly have more fingers on it than the Barataria ball players do.
They certainly would. And look at the shot the batsman at the top of the trophy is playing. That's similar to a couple of them that we've seen from Ramdale and Yearwood in this partnership already. Some great cut shots that we've seen, and that is the trophy. Where's the destination? Will it be ending up in the police barracks tonight, or will it be heading back to Barataria?
Well, it's still a long game, and a lot can happen, as we know, in this strange and wonderful and fantastic game of cricket. Marlon Phillip to continue. 2 overs for just 9 runs. He really has been exceptional. 42 of 33 unbeaten earlier as well. So he's leading from the front in terms of what the Barataria need. This is straight by Ramdale. Good attempt there by the fielder, but it just over the fielder's head at long off. And another towering 6 from Ramdale to start this over from Phillip.
Well, look at this. This was hit as straight as an arrow, and there's the fielder going across and doing his best David De Gea impression there. He missed it completely, and it's in the back of the net. That's the goalpost back there, by the way. And yeah, it's went for 6 runs. That's why I said it's David De Gea. It's gone for 6. 75 without loss. And even Phillip, who's been tidy, as well as Brown in the last over, they have not allowed the bowlers to settle.
Really rattled here, Barataria ball players. And as you would expect with your Ramphal, the field is spread pretty far and wide now. There's no even suggestion of a slip fielder now.
Well, look at that required rate, which had started in the region of 5.77. It's now 4.76. That's how much the police are ahead at the moment.
Field spread far and wide. Ramdale pushes this one into the wide extra cover region. That will run into the ropes as well. That was a lovely sort of back push shot, back cover shot. And it's a wonderful shot here. Ramdale is enjoying himself out here in the middle of the Brian Lara Recreation Ground.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot there. And Yearwood, 40 of 29 deliveries. Brandon Ramdale, 38 of 22. And they are really flying along now, the police team. And if it continues to go like this for another couple of overs, the Barataria team will be well out of this. They need to get a couple of wickets here. And the thing is, they haven't even looked close to getting a wicket at the moment. So dominant the police have been in the first 9 overs of this game.
Yeah, that's true. The police The police batters have a cushy job. Don't get me wrong. Police don't have an easy job, but the police batters in this game have a very cushy job indeed. As Philip comes in again, and Ramdale frees his hands, and no, he gets an edge, and that's the end of Ramdale. Philip strikes at 79 for 1. They finally get a wicket. Will that be? Can this change the tide here? As Scraper got an edge on that one. He certainly scraped the edge of that ball here and got the edge, and a good take by Kane behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's played 2 shots like that already that have gone for boundaries, getting onto that back foot and playing it high off the back foot to the extra cover boundary for 4. Went for a third attempt at the shot. This one, there was a little more bounce to it, and that took the edge of the bat. And Kane has claimed a very good catch here, because it's never easy taking those catches, especially to a ball where the batsman plays off the back foot, and it gives you just that split second less time. But Ramdale is gone, and that will bring the Brian Christmas to the crease.
So it's going to be a tale of 2 Brians here, with Brian Yearwood in the middle and Brian Christmas joining him.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times.
I'll give you a high five for that one video. And that famous Monty Python movie, The Life of Brian's.
Yep.
There'll be Life of Brian's here now. And Christmas is a left-hander.
Well, the house commentator is suggesting that Christmas has come too early.
'Tis the season to be jolly, however you look at it.
Well, Brian Christmas, if he can get some runs here for his team, well, he'll be happy with showing up within maybe 6 months too early.
Well, I think there's a Christmas in July, so he's not that far off as a new sort of trend with Christmas in July. Philip to continue. And Christmas turns this one into the leg side, good batting here, gets the single, immediately gets off the mark, brings Mr. Yearwood back in strike.
Well, what does Yearwood go from here? 40 of 28 deliveries, very aggressive in the last over. Towards he played a few shots at Philip, also was quite aggressive towards the other bowler, Brown. Where's he going to go? Because he's batting with a new partner now. His remit might be to keep on going as he had started off.
He would have liked to get a single there, probably to hold on to the strike, but Marlon Phillip had the last laugh in that over. Finishes with a wicket, 1 for 20 off 3. 80 for 1, the police after 9. Brian Yearwood well placed on 40 of 29, but of course, Vidya, at this stage of the innings, with 122 required of 56, they can just knock the ball around. They don't need to do anything extravagant. And of course, when you get those bad deliveries, Yearwood has shown that he's well placed to take care of those. As you see one of the many Santa Cruz characters walking around, walking with his cutlass, Vidya Ramphal.
Yep, and he has a rope tied over his neck. I hope that's not the boundary rope. That has disappeared.
Well, the fans very vocal here in this game, and I think they're really enjoying it here.
Yeah. Well, I think he was complaining about something. I think he's just come out of the garden, maybe had a tough day, and now somebody's told him something untoward. So he says, well, listen, I'm just going to have eat my food and I'll talk to you after. Villalba's back on, by the way.
So Carl Villalba resumes from the southern end. His first over went for 16. And Christmas strikes him through the extra cover region. And that will race into the ropes for 4. Villalba has not had a good game at all with the ball. Despite knocking a wonderful 50 earlier today, he really hasn't bowled well at all. Not what you would expect from him. And drilled like a sergeant through the extra cover region by Brian Christmas all along the turf for 4. That scorched the grass. Isaiah Kane behind the stump, still trying to give the ball players some encouragement. But they haven't been playing ball here in the field. Nice shot there by Christmas, opening up the face. A bit of a misfield there at point, and they'll get a single there. So that basically sums up the difference here, Vidya Ramphal, between these two teams, if you want to look at it like that. the point fielder for the Police, Damian Brown, was so adept, so very quick off the ground. And then that little misfield there, just allowing an easy single there for the Police, relieving whatever little bit of pressure there might have been. Although I don't think there's any pressure on them at all at this stage.
Yeah, there is a little bit of pressure, but certainly not being exerted by the fielding there. They really need to get these simple things together.
Villalba to continue. Tucked up by Yearwood.
You hear modern players talk about controlling the controllables. The ball is rolling towards you. It's not doing anything untowards. You just need to do what you normally do. Just get that long barrier behind it. Keep your eyes on the ball. Just get back to basics at this point.
That's a good attempt there by Brown. Wilson, I should say. But Yearwood gets the single down to long off. But of course, at this stage, you need to try to do something extra special. If you sort of how Wilson did there, sort of dive, try to get around and raise the morale of your team, then something can happen. You just need to change the face of it as best as you can. Christmas settles. Pushed past the bowler. And another easy single here for the Police. One delivery left in the 10th. And Yearwood strikes this one through the extra cover region. Will it beat the fielder coming around? Zeddy Lord comes around. Does a decent enough job there of stopping the ball. There'll just be 2 runs. But again, good shot there from that was Yearwood. And at the end of 10, it's 89 for 1 as Vidya Ramphal will take over commentary here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground in the North Zone Cricket Council 40 over final, which is now 35 overs.
Well, the 2 goats out there I'm seeing in the outfield. Wonder if their names are Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. If at least they're their nicknames. Well, that one has been given a bit of a long rope there. Well, as for the Barataria ball players, they will need somebody to be the GOAT right now, the greatest of all time, to come in and provide them with the spark and the impetus to get them back into this game.
Well, it certainly seems that the Police are the GOAT, while the Barataria ball players will be left feeling a bit sheepish right at this stage here. 89 for 1 off 10 overs. That's a rollicking run rate. That's a very easy math. 8.9 as a required run rate is 4.52. And just to give you a comparison, after 10 overs, Barataria ball players were 44 for 2. So just about exactly half behind what the Police are at this stage.
Yeah, this has been very great batting here from the Police. They have set their stall out very clearly. They want this title, and they are not going to say no. Philip has been, Andrew, but Philip has been the only one who's really kept things tight here. 1 for 20 at the start of his 4th over.
Yeah, he's the only wicket taker as well. And that just adds to his all-round ability. That was a really wonderful tail-end innings, 42 of 33. Came in at number 6. So lower middle order, I should say, but innings at the end of the batting performance by ball players.
Nice looking drive, and this is going to pierce that gap between the deep cover and the long off fielder, and that is a lovely extra cover drive there for 4. And Brian Christmas, we talked about his work at the youth level, and that was an exquisite drive there by Christmas, and he is into double figures.
What I've enjoyed about this Police batting so far is that they've been very exquisite shots. They've driven nicely. Of course, when we saw the ball players batting, Kevish, John and Carl Villalba were hitting the 6s almost at will. But Yearwood now, Ramdial earlier, and Brian Christmas, this is actually his second 4 because he hit Villalba for 4 in the last over. But they've all been excellent conventional cricket shots, not trying to hit the ball too hard, but certainly picking the gaps and working the ball around.
Christmas is perhaps the ideal person to come in at this time. It was a very aggressive start by Yearwood and Ramdial. Period of consolidation here, and Christmas the ideal person to really be the architect behind it. And you can hear Kane at the back asking for his players to be sharper in the field. That's always a good start.
That's a good
lapped around behind square. That's going to run away down to the boundary for 4 more. He was very close to the ball there, Lord, and the ball really is following Lord around. Wherever he goes on the field, it always seems to be finding its way around. And that was a very nice sweep shot. It wasn't a slog sweep. There wasn't a full-blooded shot by any means. Just sort of guided it behind square for 4.
That will actually end the 11th over, 97 for 1. As a goat nonchalantly munches on some grass there. He's not concerned with the cricket, but I'm sure if somebody approached him with a pack of curry, he might be concerned with your Ramphal.
Certainly would be, because he has nowhere to go. He's just tied onto that pole. Some spectators back there, they are in their vehicle watching the game. I wonder if they're watching the game or they're eyeing the goat at this time.
Yeah. Well, it might be a little bit of a high fence to jump at this stage. But it's good to see. You mentioned that Christmas has taken up the mantle from Ramdial. And one thing that was very, very good between that 79-run partnership between Yearwood and Ramdial was how they were able to work the ball around and get the singles and use their deft touch. And you saw Christmas with that deft touch there to get that sort of paddle sweep around and get 4. Villalba to continue.
I know some members of Villalba's family are here. And they were just imploring him to just focus on getting line and length right here. Nothing wrong with that advice. In these pressure situations, you just have to focus on getting the basics right. Like that, but not bad. Powered away by Yearwood.
I would just like to point out that Villalba is wearing conventional sneakers. It doesn't seem to be like he's wearing cricket shoes. I don't know if that's affecting maybe his grip in the run-up to the pitch at all. Well, of course, he's not really a fast bowler, but you know, that comfort and the support that you would get from proper cricketing footwear might be affecting him a little bit, because he's been very expensive. None for 26 off 2.2.
Left-handed Christmas, 15 of 10 deliveries. Good start for Brian Christmas. Well, last time I saw him, he was a teenager. Now he's a young man, maturing into with his game already mature and developing still. Police are bordering on 100 here, and this has been a great start to their innings. I mean, this is a 40-over game, and, well, it was due to be a 40-over game, but because of a slow over rate, Barataria ball players only face 35 overs. Police will also have 35 overs, though I suspect that they may not need 35 overs with the rate that they're going.
There's Mr. Gonzalez there, who had a wonderful time in the field. Mr. Gonzalez, I hope your jaw is okay.
Getting another couple of runs there, and Police 99 for 1, just a single.
Good jaw.
And Christmas 16, Yearwood 44.
Be an easy police barracks here for sure with your Ramphal. 99 for 1. Just one delivery left in the 12th. Yearwood comfortable, Christmas comfortable.
There is a long on in place, so just one this time. And that one remembers when the over comes to an end. There's the 100 up for Police, and the 100 has come up of 12 deliveries. 100 of 72 deliveries here for the Police, and that is a spectacular start. Required run rate is now down to 4.43 and over.
Yeah, 100 for 1 here, the Police. After just 12 overs, the required run rate 4.43. It's dropping all the time. Almost every time they get a run, it's dropping. It really is an easy chase here for now. But you have to, as you mentioned earlier, Marlon Phillips seemed to be the only bowler that I was getting any value of the purchase on this pitch. As Deron Wilson comes into the attack now, replacing Phillip actually from the northern end. But it'll be interesting to see where that bowling, where the impetus can come from the Barataria ball players. Because as it seems here, Yearwood and Christmas are so very comfortable right now. They could put on a mattress and sleep on this pitch and still win the game.
Feel that they would love to get rid of Yearwood at this point. 45 of 35 deliveries. The early flurry of boundaries is gone, and he's now settled into his normal stride of batting. And the field for him, there was a deep extra cover in place, and there also is a deep mid-wicket.
Wide.
That should be a wide. Kane did well to stop that one. If that had gotten past him, that would have been 4 for sure. A nice sprawling stop there by Kane at the back of the stumps.
A very Alison Becker, like not getting anything past him.
Well, that one jumped on him there. And yeah, that certainly did jump on him and maybe took the glove, the fingers on his right hand. And yeah, 102 for 1.
So exactly 100 runs required for victory here, of 137 deliveries. Wilson. And Wilson, of course, has a challenge here as a captain to lead from the front here. And he has to make sure that this over does not cost a lot. And he doesn't give anything away, because at this point, the Barataria ball players have no wiggle room.
Very little. That is driven through the extra cover region. The fieldsman's after it. Does well to make the stop here. And that's Phillip there getting a left boot on it. And Manchester United might be calling him in to replace one of their left-sided players. But he really got to that curved, that extreme curve on the left side of the field here. And stuck out that left boot and made the stop. Adding to his reputation as a cricketer all the time.
Yep. Good cricketer, Marlon Phillip. Follows up nicely with another push down here, another single. So really good cricket all round, you'd have to say here from the police. So
how do the Barataria ball players get back into this game? We talked about getting back to the basics and doing things right, but also you need to take some wickets here, and certainly Yearwood's wicket is very valuable at this time. That's a good ball. But Yearwood is in such fine form that that ball, which would have troubled a lot of other batsmen, well, he said he just worked it away for a single. And he's nearing a 50, possibly to get the third 50 of the game.
Barataria ball players really have a struggle on their hands here.
That one, there's another chase on here, but Marlon Phillip is not going to get this one. That is a lovely boundary. And Brian Christmas showing his class once again with an exquisite drive through the extra cover region. It was pitched up again, this time by Wilson. And they've been guilty so many times here of giving too much width to these police batsmen. And here once again, too much width on offer. And that was a textbook drive for 4.
Yeah, really good shot all along the turf here, just making use of the width offer on offer. And as I was saying, the Barataria ball players have a serious challenge on their hand, because they can only build pressure via wickets.
Flicked in the air by Christmas. He knew that there was no one at the mid-wicket position. Deep mid-wicket comes off the boundary. And so that will bring up the Nelson here for the police. 1 for 111 after 13 overs. Andrew Chan has his feet up, and we'll also figuratively put up our feet, because it's a water break here. Police, they are chasing 202 for victory. They're 111 for 1. They need 91 runs off 132 balls in a dominant position in this final. ICC elite umpire Joel Wilson here on hand to watch this North Zone final. His tie is very close to North Zone. He started in the North Zone as an umpire and still very much showing his support. He brought lunches for some of the people here. Great to see. And the police are 111 for 1. Brian Christmas has looked brilliant. 24 of 17. Certainly a very different batsman from Brian Yearwood, who has 47 of 37 deliveries. And Yearwood, he is a huge candidate for man of the match right now. Just to remind you of the match context, police are looking to get 202 for victory here in this North Zone 40 over finals. Villalba is going to continue down for 28 off his 3 overs. Well, that's driven. That's another boundary. And immediately after the break, the assault continues here by the police. There is no let-up at all. And that is the 50 for Brian Yearwood. And what a 50 it has been. And perhaps the best of the shots that he's produced so far. A full toss. And he posed for that one there, Andrew. And a brilliant boundary.
Yeah, Ronnie Bikram Das getting a clean shot of that one. Just as cleanly as Yearwood struck that one. And before Villalba started this over, I was going to ask, why would you bring him back? He's already gone for 28 of 3 overs, but I'm not sure what other bowling options the Barataria ball players have at this stage. So that really is a concern for them. If they have to continue with Villalba, who really hasn't had a good game at all, with the ball, I should say. Yeah, he had a good innings with the bat.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't had a good time with the ball today, at least. Just 1 this time. He's had 8 wickets previously in his other 4 matches in this innings. And Christmas up to 28 there. It was Christmas, actually, just a correction. Yearwood is capable of some fine shots there. So Christmas getting the boundary correction there. Apologies for that. And Yearwood at the other end. He hasn't quite gotten his 50, so hopefully the celebration at the Yearwood household hasn't gotten too far ahead of itself. Better delivery there from Villalba. And who has a fair amount of support in the crowd. There are a few people cheering him on. Everything he does right now.
I've been impressed with Yearwood's innings because he's really shown that he can pick the bad ball and play the good ball with respect. As we saw with that last delivery from Villalba. Let's see what he does here.
Yeah, that's a better delivery, a better line, better length there. Just about that teasing length and not allowing Yearwood to carve that one away. He loves width. And the fielder on the offside on the boundary is at deep extra cover. So there's a lot of width, a lot of space behind square on the offside for him to exploit. Good ball. Faster one. But when you faced 40 balls already, that's he saw that pretty early.
Yeah, and he's already shown Yearwood that he can release the pressure when he wants to and when he chooses to. But quite comfortable, knocking Villalba back up the pitch, who's already been expensive.
End of the over, by the way. After 14 overs, the police are 116 for 1. Right now, it seems that the trophy will be heading back to police barracks, and there will be a little bit of a celebration there today. The facilities at police barracks have been upgraded substantially in the past couple of years, and they certainly would know that. The Bravo household out there.
Just outside there.
That's not members of the Bravo household. That's the Bravo household is behind that. These are some of the spectators, the younger ones, out here watching the cricket and hoping to somehow be part of it in the near future.
And we'll be sending the bill to John Bravo because we'll be providing him with free security cameras at the front of his house.
Oh, John is in fact here. He was in the stands earlier and a popular figure wherever he goes. He's the life of the party, John Bravo, wherever he is. Yes, Wilson. Nicely driven there by Christmas. Straight back to the bowler, though. And Barcelona have now added a 4th goal. And 4-0 now they lead Espanyol in the Catalan derby. That's a nice-looking drive. There's now a deep extra cover in place for the left-handed Christmas. There's also a deep cover there for him. They know his strengths, and they're trying to starve him of boundaries in that region.
Been a productive area for him for sure.
And what he does, just turns it onto the onside and picks up one. That one just a little bit straighter onto his bat. And Christmas, without hitting a shot in anger here, has moved on to 30 of 22 deliveries. And police are running away with this. And is there any chance for Barataria to come back from where you sit, Andrew Chan?
Yeah, this was actually the point I was going to make before the break, because if the Barataria ball players don't have the option of building pressure now.
Oh, that is going heading down to the field, and he's missed it. And that has gone for 4. That was the chance they wanted off Brian Yearwood, and Yearwood now has his 50. That one has gone away for 4. He signals to the crowd, and he thanks them for their applause. A smattering of applause from the police supporters, and that is the 50 for Brian Yearwood. Third 50 of the match so far. So it hasn't been a pitch that has been difficult to bat on. All of the players who have gotten 50 have scored in the region of 80. They had strike rates of over 80. So it doesn't tell you that this is a bad pitch by any means.
Yeah, credit to Marlon Phillip there, because he really threw himself at that one, trying to take that catch at mid-wicket. And as I was saying, in the shorter format, you can build pressure by building up dot balls. But at this stage, the Barataria ball players don't have that arrow in their quiver, because the police are so ahead of the run rate. So they have to take wickets.
He's pulled that around, and that could go close to the boundary again. And Yearwood moves on by another couple of 4s. Another couple here. Got into his 50 with 4, and this time, shorter delivery. In fact, that one never touched the pitch. And he put that one away well. So a couple boundaries to end off the over here to Yearwood, who's now on 55 of 44 deliveries. And police just need 77 runs of 120 balls. So
202 for victory here in the 40 overs final versus Barataria ball players.
So that one actually did go for 6. From our angle, it's very difficult to see it because it's right in front of us here. We're obscured by many things and many people. But that one went for 6 runs. So we'll just correct that for you. And Yearwood now up to 57. He will be in a moment. And I like what Christmas has done here. They lost the dangerous Ramdial for 38. Christmas has come in, and he's just eased the ball off the square. He's picked up the boundaries when they bowled poorly at him, but he's made this look very, very easy. And police, it's difficult to see any other Barataria really coming back into this, because they've been good police, and then at the other end, Barataria have looked pretty ordinary as this assault has really put them on the back foot in a big way.
Yeah, again, and then it just sort of sums up the situation with Carl Villalba continuing to bowl after he's gone for none for 34, 4.2. Yearwood actually the top scorer in this game now with his 57. The highest score was Villalba, actually, who made 55 of 60. So Yearwood has gone past Villalba in terms of the highest score in this final here. 74 more required. He'll be hoping that Christmas maybe quiets down.
Tucks that behind square. This one's going to run close to the boundary again, but they will get 2 only this time. Yearwood gets a couple more, so he has really made himself into to become the major candidate here to win player of the match. 59 of 46 and taking 4 for 38. There have been some good performances here. Villalba's 55, 50 from John, but they look like they could be ending up on the wrong side of this result. Kane had to take that one from a very long way outside the off stump, so by the time he got back in, got the bails off, in fact, Yearwood was already back into his crease.
But why swing to the leg side when the cover and extra cover region have been so prolific for you? Just losing his shape with that one. He had the space to he had the width to carve it into that cover region, extra cover region. And maybe just wanted to swat Villalba out of the attack.
We have 36 runs conceded of the 29 balls that he's bowled. Well, was that a catch? It's put down all the same by Wilson. That's why he's there. He's looking for the one in the air. I think it was on the ground perhaps, but he's not been able to hold on to it. It's hit him on the knee. Let's see. There's Kane just adjusting the stumps, and as he settles down, let's see what happens here. Was that one in the air? Yes, it was in the air, and he thought Wilson had it. Wilson did well to prevent that one from getting past him, but it has come at the expense of a bump on the top of his shin bone.
Yeah, that's a very, very hard place. The cricket ball is a very hard object, and but that's, if it struck the shin bone there, then there's no protection, there's no meat there, so that's straight on the bone. Wilson is standing up there. It's credit to him to be standing up after wearing that one on the leg, and he will definitely be shaking that one a little bit. But Yearwood did hit that one really hard. It would have been a really amazing catch if he had pulled that one off.
Yep. Well, he could borrow a pair of shin pads from one of the Liverpool midfielders. They don't tackle after all. 130 for one after 16 over. They don't need it.
I'll let you get away with that one while I drink my sorrel bitters.
Shin pads hardly used. 130 for one after 16 overs. Christmas 31. Yearwood has he's slowed down substantially. He was going along at a rate of 200 at one point. But despite the fact that he's slowed down, Police have not. They have continued to get this required run rate down. It started at 5.7. Look at where it is now, right now. It's 3.79.
Well, the other thing is Yearwood will probably be with 72 runs required, and he requires 41 for 100. He'll be telling, hey, Brian Christmas, why don't you just get an easy 20 or something and let me get the rest, because I want to get 100 in this final. So that's to tell you how comfortable the Police are at this point. They can play around with whatever they want. They can block out an entire over, and it's not going to make a difference. It's not going to make a dent at all.
41 needed for Yearwood to get 100. Looking a bit unlikely because Christmas has been so fluent in his own time at the crease here. A hit straight. There's a fielder coming across. He's not going to get that. That's gone all the way for 6 runs. And that is hit as easy as you like there by Brian Christmas. And you talked about the elegance of the other shots he's played. Look at that. As easy as you like. And he's lifted that easily about 60, 70 meters for 6 runs.
And that's how he welcomes Kevish John, the other half centurion from earlier today, into the innings. A bit of a loosener there from Kevish John, but really, really elegant stuff here from Christmas. I would say shades of Carl Hooper in the ease at which he hit that.
That came to my mind also, Carl Hooper type ease. I mean, nobody made it look easier than he did.
Yep.
Looking to guide that one. Kane appealing for something. I'm sure it wasn't a catch because that didn't touch the bat at all. And Brian Christmas almost playing the crossbar challenge there. Now look at this. He's gonna. Well, that's the ball just going past. The previous one almost struck the crossbar. You know, in football there is the crossbar challenge where you try to hit the ball onto the crossbar. It comes back. You hit it again. Only Maradona seems to be the only one who can do that.
Brian Christmas certainly putting on his best effort there and trying with a cheeky shot the next delivery.
Flicked away. Fielder does get in behind it, and Lord, who might be wondering why the ball's been following him for the entire afternoon, does get his substantial frame behind it to make the stop.
Well, follow the Lord, and the Christmas can be quite happy that he brought the Lord to his knees there to make that stop. That's power you can't buy, Vidya Ramphal.
All right, I'll stay clear of your blasphemy for the moment. 137 for 1, halfway through the 17th over. And Police are trying to ensure that we all have an early day here. But don't rule out a Barataria ball players fight back. They are the defending champions. They know what it takes to win this championship. They did so in a very close encounter last year. And Yearwood, his bat looks as broad as a door right now.
It's solid off the bat as well. He's timing it so well. Yeah, but it almost seems like he can pick his shot wherever he wants to place it. That one, the fielder getting in his way. There's a short mid-off and a short mid-on, as well as the conventional long on and long off. Trying to put some pressure here.
Well, this one could go to the boundary. It's gone behind square. The fielder can't locate it, and that has trickled away over the ropes. And that was short and put away well.
A loose delivery there from Kevish John, and he immediately raised his hand to acknowledge that, yeah, that was a bad delivery. The fielder sort of watched that ball go down, but Yearwood got enough on it. He really didn't make clean connection with it, because we know when he gets that clean connection, it will scream to the boundary. That one didn't scream, but it went quickly enough across the turf. I'm not sure, but maybe the police are getting a bit more purchase for their shots. I'm not sure if maybe the ground has dried out a little bit, gotten a little bit harder under the sun.
Well, I think the problem is they just hit the ball a lot harder.
Yeah, they just
timed it very well.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. They're just hitting that ball very, very cleanly. We saw a lovely exhibition from Brandon Ramdial and Yearwood at the top of the order. Yearwood has continued his innings, 63 or 50. And he's been joined by Brian Christmas, who's added able support, more than able support. Last delivery of this Kevish John over. And Yearwood.
That was flicked, and that could go to the field. It has, and that is the second wicket. And finally, they've gotten rid of Yearwood. Could there still be life in this game? As Kevish John has taken the second wicket, and that's the end of Brian Yearwood. Opened the innings for Police, going for another 6. And immediately as he hit it, he knew he was in trouble. The fieldsman coming around and taking the catch. So that's the end of Yearwood. He's out for 63. And so 141 now for 2. Can Barataria launch something of a comeback here?
Well, it's been consecutive 50-plus run partnerships here by the Police. And based on that, you'd have to think that Barataria have to do something extremely special to get anything out of this. That partnership worth, if I'm not mistaken, it was worth 62, I believe. Winston Sober's getting a picture of Stefan Warwood, or the new batter, I should say, is Stefan Warwood. Getting a picture of Brian Yearwood, who's definitely put himself in for man of the match contender here, should the Police wrap this up. He's the obvious choice for man of the match at this stage, you would have to say.
Yeah, he certainly is. If Police get across the line, I don't think there's anybody who will vote against him. Maybe his toughest critics might still agree that he would be the man of the match here. But at the moment, Yearwood and Ramdial, the two openers, are gone for 68 and 38 respectively. Brian Christmas looks like he is batting on a concrete strip at the moment. He's on 38 of 27. Stefan Warwood, in fact, has come out. And there is the first wicket for the man at the other end. Kevish John taking the wicket. Villalba is going to continue here. He's the man who took the catch. None for 36 off his 5 overs.
Yeah, with 141 for 2 after 17. At the same stage, if I look at my comparisons here, the Barataria ball players were 83 for 2. Certainly well ahead here. And I think another big partnership here, even if they get to 20 or 30, that will be putting the nails in the coffin of the Barataria ball players. And they'll be walking away with a silver medal instead of that trophy.
Well, don't write them off just yet.
Villalba continuing into his 6th over.
That's going to be at least a couple here. They might just settle for one as the left-handed Christmas. He seems to be okay with it. And this is going to be the first ball faced up here by Warwood. And Villalba would love to get a wicket here. A couple of wickets here might send a few shivers down the spines, the collective spines of the Police dressing room. But they're such a well-oiled machine. They have won a trophy already for the year. they came into this match as favorites, they might be thinking, listen, that's just a temporary pothole in our road to success.
And credit to the police, they still have batters in the hutch. They have Darius Bisai, of course, Justin Joseph, and a number of other players who can certainly wield the handle. So they shouldn't be too worried. Stephen Warwood in at number 4, and he'll get his first run here.
He is off the mark, inside just about halfway through the 17th over. We're here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground in Santa Cruz, and one of 2 cricket facilities named after Brian Lara. The other, of course, in Tarouba, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and quite a few venues around the country named after the great man.
Yeah, Brian Lara Promenade.
Yeah, it's going to get 1. They should go back for 2. Lord is there. And there was a slight fumble, and they pick up the double. So even Lord makes a couple of mistakes now and again.
1 delivery left in this 6th Villalba over.
This one is a bit more agricultural, and Lord is not going to catch up with it this time. Really got all into that. He really had to work that from outside the off stump. And Brian Christmas now with those 6 runs, yeah, he just had to fetch that from outside the off stump. A lot of bottom hand in the shot. And Christmas moves on to 45, as easy as you like.
Yeah, police 149 for 2 after 18 once again. That ball hit in the direction of Mr. Lord, and Lord can't do nothing to stop that one. Even the Lord can't stop Christmas, as it were. 45 of 31. Stephen Warwood has now come into the wicket on the back of a well-played 63 from the opening batter, Brian Yearwood. Really, really a good innings here. And credit to him and Brandon Ramdial at the top of the order, who made a well-played 38 of 23, brimming with confidence, as Vidya Rampal had pointed out. Maybe overconfident with his innings, but still setting a good platform for the police to go and win this with a canter and so much time to spare. Kevish John to continue from the northern end.
Oh, inside edge, that's going to be another boundary. Nobody's going to catch that today. Yeah, that was beating Kane to his left. And unlucky there, John. That could have gone anywhere. And that was as close as you like to that off stump. And I don't think Kane could have done too much there. That was too fine and away for a boundary.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the that Man City blue coloring on that stump was shaved a little bit there. Warwood getting a bit lucky there. Kevish John unfortunate there as well. He's taken a wicket. He actually got the big wicket of Brian Yearwood. So he'll be on a little bit of a high after the last over. I'll have a bit of confidence.
Cuts that away, and Lord does well. He gets behind it nicely and put his body on the line for his team. And they just got 1. Well, last year, Barataria of all players beat Savannah Boys by 6 runs in the final at St. Mary's Ground. Vaughan Brown was the man who brought it home for them. 66 off 37 balls to lead Barataria ball players to 235 for 9 in their allotment of 40 overs. Joey Samuels got 45, and Villalba 31 of 35 last year. But it was Barataria ball players. They were able to bowl out Savannah Boys and went home with the trophy. That's a lovely shot again. Well timed by Christmas. And Christmas is 1 closer. There's the 150 is come and gone. 155 for 2. And it just seems that every line of attack here by the Barataria team has come to north. Even full and wide is not yielding any results.
Yeah, when it's your day, it's your day. And when it's not your day, it's just not your day. Barataria ball players really putting in a good effort with the bat. But the bowling side has let them down a little bit here. Well, not quite a bit, I should say. The police clearly had the depth in their bowling. Justin Joseph, who is one of their linchpin bowlers, was quite expensive. But the other bowlers stepped up quite well. And none of the bowlers have really stepped up per se here for the Barataria ball players.
Goes for the sweep shot, comes off the pad, and that's going to run away for another boundary. Yeah, just leaking runs at the moment here. And John, who very much, just his run-up just reminds me of Dwayne Bravo so much. And that one coming off the pad and past the leg stump, 4 runs. So they're just running away with it right now, Police. 43 runs from 97 balls. And don't forget that, talking about John and his resemblance to Bravo, Dwayne Bravo, his middle name is actually John.
Yeah, Dwayne James John Bravo,
Yeah.
to be accurate.
That's why he got the nickname Johnny Bravo in his early days. After the cartoon character, I'm sure you would have watched that for days.
Oh yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, he was a sort of a Elvis.
Elvis impersonator. Well, Elvis voice.
Yeah.
Not an impersonator at all, because his hair, his blonde hair, was about 4 feet tall in the cartoons. And he was unlucky with the ladies, unlike the late Elvis Presley.
That should be 1. Yeah, Johnny Bravo, the cartoon. Well, John Bravo, with the first name Dwayne, has done brilliant for himself. 160 for 2 off 19 overs. And we could see Christmas get up to his 50 in the next over. And certainly that would be an important innings. Now, just looking back at the way this innings has shaped up here for the Police team, 202 the victory target. And I'm sure they need some divine intervention at this point if they are to get back into this game, Barataria ball players. But the thing is that Police needed 202, and that period in the game, when they put on 89 in 10 overs, that's the period where they really, when we look back, you'll see that they went on to win the game.
One of our fans is gesticulating to us, and he's calling to Video Rampal to make comment. I'll see another lovely shot of that church in the corner there. This is actually, I believe, the groundsman here for the Brian Laura Recreation Ground. And he's going to jump over the chair and whisper into Video Rampal's ear. Villalba will continue as Warwood settles, 11 off 7. Turns this very fine. That will run down to the fine leg region. Will they push for 2? They will get 2 quite comfortably as the fielder comes around. It's the deft touch that I've enjoyed by all these Police batters here at Vidya Rampal. While they've gotten the boundaries and while they've made hay of the loose deliveries, I really love the deft touch that you've seen from all the 4 batters that appear for Police so far. They're working the ball, they're getting the ball around the corners. And Villalba will get a rare dot ball here. But they work the ball around, they get the ball around the corners, and they keep the scoreboard ticking over. And look at that run rate now, it's dropped to 2.55, that required run rate. 40 required from 94.
Ooh, almost played that on. And in his haste, Warwood, 13 off 9 deliveries. Christmas better than a run of ball. You look back at the innings by this, the Barataria ball players team. A couple of players actually got strike rates in the region of 100. That was Marlon Phillip, 42 of 33. Well, he's gotten a lot on that, and that's going to run away for another boundary. And Police are just piling up the runs here in a very, very quick time. And that is a nice bit of improvisation by Warwood.
Yeah, the reverse sweep there. Warwood feeling very comfortable now at the crease. Again, I still wonder why Wilson has persisted with Villalba. He has not had a good bowling time. And despite the fact that he might be one of your star players, if you're not performing well with the ball at least, then he should have been taken off. Even try somebody else at this stage. Bring back on Marlon Phillip, maybe, or something like that. Try something different. Bring back Vaughan Brown.
Now more for the conventional sweep, and same result, 4 runs. The previous one was more of a switch hit rather than a sweep. This time, here's the slog sweep coming into play. And 8 runs off the 2 deliveries. And Villalba's poor day with the ball continues here. And he has conceded over 50 runs already. 54 of 6.7 deliveries.
Yeah, lofted shot there by Stephen Warwood, the lofted slog sweep. There's no fielder behind square, so once he got that past the inner circle, it was easy pickings for him. He's really enjoying himself out there. 21 off 12. Had a bit of luck as well. He had that inside edge that from Kevis John in the last over that just got past his stumps.
Well, really not a great time here for Villalba. And Villalba is the only bowler in this game to concede over 50 runs in the contest. And that's a measure of how roughly he's been treated here. I know he's had some good figures for the season, but hasn't clicked for him here today at all. And that early assault by Yearwood and Ramdale really has put him off his game. 170 for 2 at the end of 20 overs. I suspect that Police might pull this in within the next 10 overs. So here is Andrew, commentator Chan, to take you away to the end of it.
Well, to give you a bit of a comparison, the Barataria ball players didn't actually bring up their 170 until about the 33rd over, which to just show you exactly how difficult or how easy the Police have had it here in terms of their batting. 32 required from 90. Brian Christmas is still there. He's closing in on a 50. And Marlon Phillip is coming back into the attack. Barataria ball players will feel that their back-to-back titles are slipping away from them at this stage. Having said that, for them to take home the trophy, it'll have to be a miracle here if they get anything close to this. Or make a game out of this at the end. And Christmas just goes along his merry way, pushes that one up to long on for a single. An easy single. Marlon Phillip 1 for 29 or 4.1 overs. Makes some adjustment in his field as he gets the mid-wicket a little bit squarer. There's a long on and a long off in position as well. That fielder remains on the deep extra cover boundary. Trying the reverse sweep and he's bowled there. The off stump is clipped and Stephen Warwood trying to be too inventive there. He's gone for 21 or 14. Bowled by Marlon Phillip. Police slipped to 171 for 3.
171 for the loss of 3.
The new batter coming out is Caron Simmons, who's the keeper, wearing that number 42 on his back here. I'm not sure if he's a member of that famous cricketing family, the Simmons family. Philip Simmons, of course, played for West Indies. Lendl Simmons as well. And then the younger Keegan Simmons. Lydia Ramphal is probably one who could confirm that with us.
Warwood, he will be on strike. 171 for the loss of 3. Police lifting to 202 for victory in this North Zone Cricket Council 40 over final. I hope Logan don't get too aggressive if they do complete the victory. I think Shirley has a police escort like the president straight home. So we have to be very careful what's going on.
Phillip to resume after taking the wicket of Warwood. Placidly played up the pitch by Simmons, Caron Simmons.
Fight it, buddy, fight it. Come on, guys, let it work.
You can hear the voice of Isaiah Kane saying, fight it, let me work. They're not giving up yet, the ball players. Because the advantage that the new batter has here, he can take his time and play himself in. 31 required from 87, run rate of 2.14. If they can take a couple of wickets here, Barataria ball players, it might change the complex of the game. He goes lofted. It's wide of long off. It's going into the extra cover region. Fielder comes around, tumbles over, and Simmons gets off the mark with a towering 2 to wide long off. Forward to this one is Simmons, plays it into the offside, and there's no run.
So put a 173 for the loss of 3 wickets after 21 overs.
After 21, it's 173 for 3. The Police, just 29 required of 84. Mr. Vaughan Brown will come back. None for 22 of 3. And we see some of the support staff from Barataria ball players passing on some water to Mr. Zeddy Lord, who's on the boundary's edge there at the long on position. That's high in the air. The fielder will come around and take that at the point region. That's the end of, unfortunately, Brian Christmas, who falls for 47. It's a well-played 47. And it's 2 quick wickets here in the space of 3 runs. Yes, 2 runs, I should say. That maybe the Barataria ball players might be too little too late, you'd have to think. But can they make a game out of it here? Good little innings here by Brian Christmas. He'll be unfortunate or be unhappy not to push on and get the 50. But the advantage is now that Barataria ball players have 2 brand new batters in the crease, as Antonio Gonzalez is the new batter walking out. So Marlon Phillip has taken 2 wickets. Vaughan Brown has just taken his first, coming back by second spell. And Kevish John has taken the other wickets at fall. The big scorer, Brian Yearwood. Antonio Gonzalez, a real live wire in the field earlier today. Ball is following on quite a bit. We have to ask, is there going to be another twist in the tail here? With the Barataria ball players just taking 2 quick wickets here. Don't know if it's too little too late. Say the fat lady was warming up to sing for the ball players, but maybe she's gone back into her dressing room now. Say Vaughan can strike again. And instead Gonzalez gets off the mark with a push into the extra cover region. Come around and they'll just get a single. The ball players have 2 new batters at the crease now. Maybe it might be time for Deron Rilton to bring back on his strike bowler in the form of Joey Samuel, at least the opening bowler, to see if they can salvage something out of this. Make the Police sweat a little bit in their uniforms. Certainly wouldn't want the Police marching past them so easily. Zeddy Lord is moving into a mid-wicket position inside the field. Actually, it's more of a short mid-on. Aaron Wilson is at a short mid-off. And this one gets past Zeddy Lord at the short mid-on position, and bit of a inside edge from Simmons, but he'll get the single and be happy for it. 27 required from 81. The run rate required, 2 runs and over. So nothing too difficult for the police to accomplish. And Gonzalez just the 1 run. As I welcome back Vidya Rampal to the commentary position, it seemed as soon as you got up, Vidya, the Barataria ball players got a couple wickets to get them maybe back into this game a little bit, just to make some nervous policemen. As Brown continues, big swing and a miss there by Gonzalez.
Well, the title still hasn't been decided here, Andrew, but across in Spain it has. Barcelona have won the La Liga title. Congratulations to the Culés, as we're called, winning. They beat Espanyol 4-2.
Congratulations to Barcelona here. That one is in the air, and that's the end. Brown strikes again in this over. It's not going to go down that easy there. Gonzalez threw his wicket away, just turning that into the square leg region. That's the 5th wicket the police have lost, and that's they've actually lost 3 wickets in the space of 5 runs, or 4 runs I should say. So it's not over yet here, and Brown is fighting for the Barataria ball players.
Yeah, well, in fact, as the first wicket went down, Brian Crispus was caught. There's one of the Barataria supporters, an elderly lady. I'm sure she's celebrating Mother's Day today. She was calling on the bowler, Vaughan Brown, take a hat-trick, Brownie. And he hasn't taken a hat-trick, but yes, he has dislodged a few batsmen here.
Well, he still has 1 delivery left in the over, so he might take a hat-trick, but he could very well take 3 wickets in the over. And if that woman, if he does take that wicket, you'll have to point her out to me, Vidya Rampal, so I can get the lotto numbers from her.
Well, that's only after I get them.
Considering where's my idea, would you split it? Let's shake on that.
Not happening today or ever.
Jason Prasad is asking for his share as well. Ronnie Bikram Das isn't too concerned.
Well, Besai is in here, and with 27 needed off 79, even though they've lost 3 wickets very quickly here, police are still heavily favored to win this one. And when you have a batter of the quality of Besai coming in at number 7, well, you know how strong this team is.
Yeah, definitely. But again, the Barataria ball players, they got rid of Christmas, and then of course they had 2 new batters in the crease, and then they got rid of Gonzalez quite easily. So they have again 2 new batters at the crease. Simmons has only faced 3 deliveries or 5, and I actually meant to ask you if he was related to the great Simmons family of Philip and Lendl and Keegan Simmons.
Oh, we'll have to check on that for you.
To be confirmed, as Bisai had a really good bowling performance earlier today. He only bowled 4 overs, but he was one of the more economical bowlers for sure. Fortunately, I don't think he picked up a wicket. No, he did not. And Brown ends that over after having taken 2 wickets in that over. It's 175 for 5 after 22. So just slowing it down a little bit, Barataria ball players in that over with 2 big wickets there. Christmas, definitely the bigger one. He was on 47 off 34. And then getting rid of Gonzalez as well in that over for Brown. Marlon Phillip, who has bowled brilliantly, will resume the action from the northern end.
Well, Andrew, I am told, by the way, that Karen Simmons is related to the Simmons family. I believe it's Lendl maybe his uncle, but we're just confirming that. But he is definitely related to the Simmons family of the likes of Phil and, of course, Lendl.
And Keegan as well.
And Keegan.
Young Keegan. Not surprised that there's the northern area, and they all hail from the northern area of Trinidad, Diego Martin. This is the North Zonal Council of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And credit to Mr. Winston Sobers and his team for putting on such an excellent tournament. And the T20 tournament is also going on for the North Zonal Council. So that's a lot of cricket still to be played in the season.
Oh, okay. Right. No, that's all right.
I'm surprised Mr. Sobers hasn't taken a stint at the camera video Ramphal, because we all know that he loves his camera work and is an excellent cameraman in his own right.
He is. Yeah, okay. I'll take your word for it.
He does enjoy himself behind the camera.
No, he is quite good. He's not many cameramen can follow a golf ball. He's certainly one that is very good at it.
Wow. That's certainly a challenge there. Philip appeals. There might have been a bit of bat on that one. It saved B-side. Let's have a look at this one. Video will give us his expert opinion.
Well, we're not in the ideal area here, but that was long forward. Hits him high up on, he got a stride in. It hits him high up on the front pad. So that may have saved him. And he could have been also outside of the off stump. So a lot of considerations there for the umpire. But he decided pretty quickly that B-side was fine.
Philip was very excited by it. And back to this one. I don't know, ill-advised on that one, because that one seemed to be spared in a little bit faster by Philip. But Bisai able to jam his bat down in time. 26 of 75. At one point, the proverbial fat lady was walking out of a dressing room onto the stage, but it seems she may have just gone back into a dressing room while she's still warming up her voice here for a police win. But some delays here caused by some decent bowling here by the Barataria ball players. Finally finding their rhythm here. Turned nicely into the leg side here, into the mid-wicket region. They'll come for one. Bisai is pushing for two, and they'll get the two quite comfortably, will they? The throw comes in. I think that Simmons may have been struggling a little bit, but fortunate for him, the throw from mid-wicket just about missed the stumps.
Yeah, I think, well, the 2 runs always on the cards there, but let's see. Well, when he gets the bat down, I think he's already past the wicket when the ball comes through. Simmons, I'm told his uncle is Lendl Simmons.
A good single here again from Bisai. And again, this is all the police need to do, just knock the ball around. 23 now required of quite a bit of overs, 12 overs, of 12 overs, the run rate dropping to 1.9 to 179 for 5 after 23.
Police are so far ahead right now at the moment that even those flurry of wickets going down has not affected this runaway train. The wickets, just to remind you, going down at 171, 173, and 175. So 3 wickets going down in the space of 4 runs, but they're still so far ahead, and they have such a strong team that these 23 runs, they should be able to get this quite comfortably. However, if Barataria can come back and win from here, that'll be a win for the ages.
Certainly will be. Vaughan Brown will have something to say about that. 2 for 24, and he took 2 wickets in his last over. I'm certain they'll play him with a little bit of respect in this here, and watch him very, very closely.
And one remembers Barataria ball players, they fought all the way to the end to win that game last year against Savannah Boys.
It's a good delivery there. Almost had him squared up.
Well, the Barataria fans were on their feet. They thought that was the end of it, end of Bisai here, but he was pinned on the back foot. However, it looked to be heading way down the leg side.
It's a good shot. It's up in the air. No, it's down to the fielder. They tripped up a little bit there, Marlon Phillip, but a single there for Bisai.
This has been a brave effort by Phillip. Yes, he got some runs, 42 of 38 deliveries, and picked up a couple wickets. Now, he is also fielding out there with a groin strain, because during the first break, he was trying to walk back on the field and fell down. They had to pick him up. He was favoring that the groin injury on the left side, and he has just continued. He's just shaken it off, and he's decided, well, I'm going to continue and see if I can help my team across the line.
Yeah, he certainly looks to be in a bit of a discomfort there down at the long on region, but he's still on the field. Credit to him. It's 42 not out of 33. Really a good innings there at the end of the Barataria ball players' knock. Dot ball there from Brown.
And a couple of wickets can certainly improve your confidence. All of a sudden, Barataria ball players look like world beaters.
Simmons turns this one nicely into the mid-wicket region. Lord has to come around, and because there's so much distance for the fielder to come out from that deep mid-wicket position as well, they're able to trot back for 2, an easy 2 in the end. Just 20 required from 67 balls now.
Well, there are huge spaces in the field here, and throughout the entire innings so far, Barataria ball players have they've had a first slip in place. Maybe about that time to have him out there at mid-wicket, save a couple of runs.
They'll trot a single here now. Really unfortunate stuff here because it was a touch and go there from Simmons. Lord at that square leg position, really not getting across fast enough. And eventually Simmons making it up to the non-strikers end for a single. Farcical enter the over, 185 for 3 the police. Closing in on victory here at the North Zone Cricket Council 40 over final.
So just 19 runs needed of 66 balls. The police 183 for 5. Bisai has batted sensibly, as has Simmons so far. They don't need to take too many risks with the running between the wickets. Because another wicket at this time, that'll certainly be the batting, the bowling all-rounders and the tail-enders coming in after. So that will not augur well for them.
Bisai was signaling for some adjustment in his gear. I don't know if he's going to get it in this over. Deron Wilson, it looks like he'll be bringing himself back on. No, Phillip is walking gingerly up to the bowling mark. I'm not sure if he's going to continue. Yes, he will be, and he's credit to Marlon Phillip. He's certainly a warrior here. Putting it all on the line for the Barataria ball players. Of course, the North Zone Cricket Council T20 tournament is ongoing, so these players still have more cricket to play before the season ends.
Yeah, we'll just give you a little update on that, tell you some of the scores in that competition so far. But the North Zone certainly leading the way in terms of zonal cricket. Among the first of the zones to really have the cricket on, broadcast on YouTube, just as we are here. And they had brought things together with Cricket 360 last year to make that happen.
Yeah, and 360 is delighted to be part of bringing this cricket to you.
Sweet, well ball.
It really is the grassroots cricket, and not quite FET match, but not quite Premiership.
Well, it's actually a lot better than FET match. I think some of them might not be entirely happy with that comparison, but this is the North Zonal Council, the zone that has been one of the dominant ones in cricket in Trinidad over the years. And in terms of producing players for Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies teams.
Attempted sweep there by Simmons, not quite getting that. But I did mean in terms of the atmosphere, the players might indulge themselves in a light beverage throughout the course of a match.
But that I can assure you that does not happen here. These players take this game very, very seriously, and certainly it's a big battle on here for this trophy with still 5 wickets to go.
Closing in on that victory over the police, it seems that the trophy will be going back to the St. James Barracks instead of the Barataria vicinity. I'm sure the police commissioner, Ula Christopher, would be quite delighted if this particular batch can pull off the victory.
Yeah, more of a mixture of batches, really. Police have this, they refer to each other as a batch, or they would call each other as batch, because especially if you came up within the same batch of officers that passed through the barracks.
This one is hit straight there by Bisai. Good fielding by that fielder halfway down to the long off boundary. Because that was hit very, very powerfully. And of course, the awkward bounce with the Ramphal might have hit a piece of nut grass and some dust there. So the fielder did well there. Marlon Phillip continuing. This one is pushed into the extra cover region. That's delicately struck. It will run very close to the ropes. Will it slow down? Will it get there? The fielder won't come around. All along the turf there, Darius Bisai, his first boundary. And a welcome one here for the police as they close in on that title.
Yeah, and police just getting closer and closer with every shot. And that was a nice shot from Bisai. Got some runs for them in the 2020 win over Barataria ball players just a couple of days ago. And showing his class here with a nicely timed and well executed extra cover drive.
Well, I mean, it's certainly good to see that these rivalries will be building up now. And for next year, for the 40 over tournament from the North Zone Cricket Council, Barataria ball players and police will definitely be a matchup to look forward to.
Yeah, Bisai took 2 for 37 in that game, and also got some. He didn't bat in that one, just a correction there, but he took wickets in that match.
Will he pinch a single off the last delivery? He does. And it's 189 for 5 after 25. The police just require 13 runs for victory. That run rate continues to drop to 1.38. Just to remind you, this is a 35 over game because unfortunately the Barataria ball players did not come, or yes, the police actually, their bowling was very slow. The cutoff time was 3 o'clock, so it was cut short to 35 overs a game. The Barataria ball players amassed 201 for 7 in their 35. At the moment, the police are 189 for 5. And we'll take a short break before we resume action here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground. 189 for 5 here. The police require 13 runs from 60 deliveries or 10 overs to get their hands on the trophy for the North Zone Cricket Council 40 over final. They pretty much have one hand on it already, and that one hand has a firm grasp on it. Deron Wilson is going to try to shuffle his pack once again and bring back Vaughan Brown, taken 2 wickets in 1 over. That was the 22nd over. He was able to peg back the police a little bit. Got rid of Brian Christmas, who had played well for 47 or 34. Brian Yearwood, more than likely, will be your man of the match with 63 or 51, and then 4 for 38 earlier against bowling for the against the Barataria ball players. Wilson is still trying to shuffle his pack around. The mid-on and mid-off are actually inside the circle, or just outside the circle, I should say.
Yeah, there's a change in the field. There's a mid-wicket in place, and Brown is also going to continue.
Bisai hits this one square. Lord gets down on his knees, does the fielding. There's no run. That run rate 1.3, so it should be a dawdle here for the police to close off this innings. This one is heaved into the leg side. That's over the fielder who's inside the circle at mid-wicket. It will run into the boundary for 4. All of a sudden, it's single figures needed for victory here as Darius Bisai tonks Vaughan Brown for 4.
Yeah, that one didn't rise up much, but it was so short that he had enormous amounts of time, eons of time really, to pull that away for 4 runs. And Bisai 13 of 14. I don't think that police have put a foot wrong here in this batting effort.
Yeah, they really haven't at all. The only fielder you could see was Antonio Gonzalez, who went for just 1. But even so, a good team effort here. Fancy footwork there from Vaughan Brown to flick the ball up and collect it. Isaiah Kane still offering encouragement behind the stumps. They're not going to let up the Barataria ball players. Two deliveries left in this Brown over. Bisai turns this one into the leg side, just in front of square. The fielder comes off the mid-wicket boundary. They'll come back for 2. He's rushing in there, is Bisai, and he gets there very safely and gingerly in the end, almost avoiding the ball instead of making sure his bat was grounded, but he's safe in the end. 7 required of 55 deliveries.
Yep, they're administering the final rites here, Bisai and Simmons.
15 off 17. It plays this one nicely into the extra cover region, and they'll run the single, and it's a wild throw coming in by Deron Wilson. If he had gotten that on the stumps, Simmons could have been in trouble there, but they put the pressure on the fielder. Wilson, the throw is wild. They get that single. It's 196 for 5 off 26. Just 6 runs required, just 1 shot here required for victory here for the police.
Yeah, just 6 runs remaining, 1 hit away, police from taking the title away from the defending champions, and that settles all arguments. When you come to the final, you take the title away from the defending champions. That really does settle all the arguments and gives you real bragging rights for the next year. You beat somebody else in the finals, the defending champions maybe go on to the semis. It doesn't feel the same, but when you beat them in the finals, well, I don't think you can have any arguments there. Shades of Argentina against France.
I'm actually getting a very horrible flashback here because, of course, the police are wearing the white of Real Madrid, who beat Liverpool in 2 Champions League finals.
And deservedly so.
Deservedly so, with your Ramphal says. The first one, yes. The second one in Paris, maybe not so sure. Because, of course, there was a horrible treatment of the fans off the field, and the Liverpool fans were squashed and weren't allowed entry into the ground. In fact, UEFA Champions League had to refund all the Liverpool fans. It was a farcical situation in that final may have affected my beloved squad. Ramdullah comes into bowl. It's the first time we're seeing him.
Ooh, that crept under the bat.
There's an appeal for a run out, but no. Simmons is safe. Isaiah Kane holds his head. He cannot believe that. Video Ramphal, your thoughts on this one?
Well, let's see what happens here. It's not the ideal position. Let's see. Does that hit the stumps directly? Well, the keeper had to take the bails off, and that's what perhaps has allowed Simmons to get back in. But it was very, very close. You can't tell from this side.
But the other thing was, I don't think Simmons was sliding his bat in. He just sort of touched it down as he passed the crease. I'm not sure, but of course from this angle, you can't tell. Maybe he did start that slide in. But at the end of it, it's just a run there. Dramatic run, nevertheless. Isaiah Kane still very vocal behind the stumps. Just as vocal as the crowd here inside the Brian Lara Recreation Ground. Swings at this one, tugs that over wide long on. The dog will have to avoid that one, but the fielder does well to just stop it. They were I think they thought that was going to go for 4, but there was only just a single in the end. There's a bit of ball watching there, but no harm, no foul for the police as they creep closer to that victory and more importantly that title. 4 runs from 52 required.
Yeah, 1 hit away still, the police from winning this one, and certainly has been a deserved victory for them.
Nice, nice, nice.
Desai plays this one now.
Well ball. Come on, guys. They fight it to the end, guys.
Credit to Isaiah Kane. You can hear him there in your commentary on our feed. Saying, come on, guys, to the end. Desai hits that one through that extra cover region. That should run away to the rope. Will that be the victory for the police? It is indeed. They get that 4 runs required for victory. 202 for 5. They win by 5 wickets with some 8 overs and 2 balls to spare. Let's have a look at this shot. The winning shot here from Darius Desai.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's a very good shot by Desai, and he's brought this home for his team, and that is the 2nd trophy for the police team for the season. They won the league competition, and now they've taken the 40-over competition. They've also had a very good start in the 20-over competition, defeating their opposition today by 9 wickets. They are unbeaten for the season. Nobody has been able to topple the police for the season, and they look like they're also going to be favorites for that T20.
And very appropriately, the DJ plays a song created by a man from the area, Dame Dwayne John Bravo, who changed
from the area. He's from across the road.
Yes. And certainly the police are champions here. As we see they shake hands there. It's been a good competition. But eventually, you're quite right, Vidya. The police did nothing. The police almost didn't set a foot wrong. The only advantage you would say the Barataria ball players had was in their batting middle overs when Kevish, John and Dialva were going well to get them up to a competitive score against Marlon Phillip at the end. But their bowling was too strong, the police, and definitely their batting is really, really strong as well. Stephen Yearwood, 63. Brian Christmas, 47. And then a good 38 from Ramdial. So Brian Yearwood more than likely will be on man of the match for sure, with 63 or 51 and then 4 for 38 in his bowling effort as well.
Yes, certainly he is. And just to review, Barataria ball players, 201 for 5, 55 for Vialva, 50 for John, 42 for Philip, and those 4 wickets for Brian Yearwood. And Yearwood, I mean, it's difficult to see anyone else but Yearwood getting that award.
Yes, certainly. He was ably supported in the batting by, again, Brandon Ramdial, 38 of 23, and Brian Christmas, 47 of 34. But I guess when you're 3 top batters, and they set a really good pace as well, 45 without loss after 5 overs, and after that it really was a doddle here for the police. And we will be taking the presentation live for you. Video Ramphal will be going down to bring those thoughts to you.
Yes, I'll be heading down there in a minute, and we'll take a short break at this time. And up next, Andrew Chan with the presentation ceremony. Gentlemen, we have come to the end of this year's 40 over competition put on by the North Zonal Council, and it's now time for the presentation ceremony. So on behalf of our host, the North Zonal Council of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, I welcome you to the presentation. My name is Vidya Ramphal. I'd like to introduce the presentation party. I have with me to my immediate right, Winston Sobers, the President of the North Zonal Council, and with him the ICC Elite umpire Joel Wilson, who will be helping us with the presentation ceremony today. Before we start with the presentation of the prizes for the teams itself, I'd like you to please show your appreciation for the two teams and today's wonderful final. It is Mother's Day, so we want to wish all of the moms here and those who act in the job of moms a happy Mother's Day. We do have two Mother's Day awards to present to two very special mothers, and I'd like to invite Mr. Joel Wilson to assist us with the presentation of these two Mother's Day prizes. First of all, the first Mother's Day award is to Shirley Lewis. And Shirley was a vocal supporter of the teams all the way through the match today. Okay, Shirley, congratulations. And the second Mother's Day present goes to Colleen Stewart. And Colleen is going to get some help to lift this one, but here is the award to Colleen Stewart, one of the two special moms here today. All of the moms with us today are very special, and she gets the award from the ICC Elite official, that is Joel Wilson. And I'm sure that Joel has close connections. Thank you very much, Joel, for helping us with the presentation. Joel has very close connections to the North Zone. I was told that the first game he ever umpired was with the man who is currently the president of the North Zone, Mr. Winston Sobers. So he has very close connections, and thank you so much for being here. Now, as we go to the game itself, we go first of all to the player of the match. And there were some fine performances during this game, but I think there really is only one winner. After scoring 63 and taking 4 for 38, Brian Yearwood. And so it's the hamper from Milo, and there's another one. Given his performance, I don't think he needs that too much, but it does help. And now for the presentation to the winning team today, and certainly the defending champions put up a good fight. Barataria ball players winning it last year, but finishing second this time around. But the champions here and winning their second trophy of the year, please welcome the team Police. And the trophy will be presented to the by the president of the North Zone, Mr. Winston Sobers. And the proud captain, Justin Joseph. And Justin, I'm sure you want to call your team up to take a photo with you as you get the celebration underway here.
Ladies and gentlemen, there we are, your champions of the North Zone 40 over competition, Police. So thank you so much for joining us here today. Congratulations to Police and the team in the finals, of course, with them, the Barataria ball players. And we hope that you will continue to support the North Zone. The T20 competition continues in the next couple of days, and we hope to see you there. I'm Vidya Rampal. Thank you so much for joining us for today's final, and have a safe trip back home.